hooked up.
Yeah, it's actually got a cord hooked up to it.
And by the way, the prize that we're giving away for Stupid Question has been moved because the event was supposed to be tomorrow, but it's going to be pouring rain.
Because of the rain, I was wondering.
Yeah, the event was moved to Sunday.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So if you know, text word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Or you know what? Drive by One Bala Plaza.
Sure.
And, maybe we'll send somebody down, yell at your window. Hey!
Rocky?
It may come to that.
Yeah.
Someday, folks, where we just have, Casey.
You asked on the air who created the equal sign.
Casey goes downstairs and takes your answer from you as you drive by.
We have the answer.
Yeah. All right. And then the last birthday I saw is actress Megan Fahey. Kathy, you will know her. I know you watch these two shows. White Lotus, the second season, and Perfect Couple. In Perfect Couple, she's the one who gets killed. The really, really pretty gal, character's name was Merritt. She's the and in White Lotus, second season, she plays the really good-looking couple. She's obviously the female version. Female portion of that. Megan Fahey. So she
married to Theo. No, not Theo Vaughn.
Theo!
James.
Theo James.
Theo Vaughn. Wait, who's Theo James?
Theo James is her husband in White Lotus. He's the very handsome dude.
They're married?
No, in the show.
Oh.
Yeah.
Super good
We're all
looking
over the
dude.
place. I think Rocky's been a little distracting to most people.
Preston also in that movie Monkey.
There you go.
And then the movie Monkey.
Theo is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the guy is incredibly good looking, and he's actually a really good actor.
So happy birthday to all who turn a year older today. All right, I think we got somebody on the line. It is Austin that we are going to check in with via Zoom. Yo, Austin, good morning, bud.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Doing good. Where are you going in your tank top this morning, buddy?
I'm going.
Aha. Didn't understand that at all. You were breaking up. You're going where, bud?
I'm going to work.
Okay.
Are your sleeves at work?
Yeah, my clothes are at work.
Okay. All right, fair
Those
enough.
are actually at work. Okay.
So, Austin, who invented the equals symbol, please?
Robert Record.
That is correct, yes.
Man knows him.
Hang on. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to Driven Serve, Muscle Car Jeep and Truck Show, Maple Grove Raceway. It's been moved to Sunday. Over 1,000 modded vehicles, jet cars, monster truck, car crush, track racing, raffles, and more. And it's all for a great cause. Benefits Travis Manning Foundation. Tickets start at just $10. You can learn more at driven2serveshow.com. So, yeah, Robert Record. He was in the 1500s. He was a Welsh physician and mathematician. And he's the guy that came up with that symbol.
Here. What do you think of this symbol?
Yeah.
I love it.
All right, so I got some stories in the entertainment realm to share with you. We will start with Khloe Kardashian facing some backlash from her fans for an alleged Photoshop fail related to promo images for her podcast, Khloe in Wonderland.
Leave me alone.
Fans noticed a big difference after seeing raw footage on the Kardashians. One Reddit user said, I almost spat my water out. How can anyone approve that? It doesn't even look like her.
At this point, people still reel at the notion of Photoshop and filters. They're so common. It's like, why are you aghast at that?
Well, they are,
especially these
but
people.
when they're kind of drastic, then they'll go, okay, come on.
I want to see this because to exceed some of the stuff I see these days, it's got to be off the charts dressed.
I mean, she looks like a model. She looks gorgeous, and they have side by side.
All right, maybe there's a case to
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
They said she's beautiful, but she doesn't look like this at all, criticizing the heavy editing. Others echoed the sentiment with one writing, this is actually insane. These are two completely different people.
Preston?
Uh-huh.
You really think I'm beautiful?
You're cute.
What?
All right. Anyway, fans shared that they continue to be disappointed over her continued denial of editing her appearance. By the way, I have an appearance of Khloe Kardashian in the Connoisseur later this week.
Oh.
We will get to
Yeah.
that. Believe it or not, we will get to that. Kathy, you're going to love it.
Oh my God, I'm gonna love it. Oh, I know what it is.
Okay, well, you got to wait. All right. So, Billy Ray Cyrus is opening up about his relationship with Elizabeth Hurley, calling it just a good thing. The country star
It's the
shared-
greatest thing that's ever happened to him.
Yeah, they first met filming their rom-com Christmas in Paradise.
I haven't heard about this.
Neither had I.
But who books Billy Ray Cyrus for a movie?
The hell is this?
What the hell's going on here? We need a romantic Hugh Grant type. Billy Ray Cyrus.
When he was fresh off his public divorce from Tish Cyrus in 2022. That's when they did this. So Billy Ray recalled working on a couple of scenes with the actress, saying the couple of times we were in the same scene, there was a chemistry there, adding we just laughed, and it was a time that
Do
I was...
you like vittles?
I was... He said it was a time when I wasn't laughing a lot. 2 years later, after radio silence and out of the blue, Billy Ray got a text from an unknown number that basically said, it looks like life might be a little bit tough and just wanted to let you know that I'm in your corner. Well, it turns out it was Elizabeth Hurley, and it hit him right in the heart. He said, for me, at a certain point, it was like you can't get knocked down any flatter than lying on your back when life is kicking you. And he said, and in this moment, a friend reached out. Cyrus didn't hide any of his feelings for Hurley. So he said that if all we were ever were just friends, is the friends that we are, then I would take that. She's so impressively brilliant. Hurley previously fueled speculation by tagging Cyrus in a bikini post set to his song She's Not Crying Anymore. The power couple went public with a sweet Easter post on Instagram with Hurley's son, Damian Hurley, showing his support in the comments. And by the way, this marks Cyrus's first romance since his messy divorce from
Fire Road!
Thank you. In 2024.
Can we really label them as a power couple?
I mean, they're both famous.
Yeah.
I mean, not power, but,
The trailer is running. Kelsey Grammer apparently is the star of this thing.
Of that Christmas thing?
Of this rom-com. Yeah, he's in the movie.
Okay. Yeah, because I think it was called, what was it
Christmas in
called?
Paradise.
Fire Road!
Christmas in Paradise.
Joanna's holiday is shattered when her sisters tell her that her dad has been dumped and isn't responding to any calls, but he's disappeared to a Caribbean island. The sisters decide to go save their father and bring him home for Christmas.
I don't remember that at all.
Nobody does.
Wow. Okay. So, actor, comedian, Fortune Feimster, been on our show many times.
Yes.
And her wife, Jacqueline Smith, have separated.
From Charlie's Angels?
No, not that Jacqueline Smith. So TMZ reports that the couple have split, with Feimster set to file for divorce. The two started dating in 2016, got engaged in 2018. In October 2020, they tied the knot.
Sad to hear this.
Feimster is of course, great comic with roles in The Mindy Project, The L Word, and upcoming second season of FUBAR, by the way, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. 2 years into the relationship, it seems as if Sophie Turner is exiting stage left, and Eagle Eye fans have noticed that the Game of Thrones star has unfollowed her boyfriend, Peregrine Pearson.
This dude is like a multi-billionaire.
No kidding.
Yes.
So she's unfollowed him on Instagram. And added fuel to the fire. She also posted the phrase "tutto passa."
Okay, which it means anal.
No, it's Italian for everything passes.
Oh, okay.
No official word, but we'll keep an eye on it for you.
She, initially when I first started seeing her Game of Thrones-ish time, I thought she was attractive. She's pretty stunning now. Yeah, I didn't realize, and a tall drink of water, as they say.
She's pretty.
She was really solid in the X-Men movies, too.
Yeah. The ongoing divorce of Jessica Alba and Cash Warren has led the former couple putting their pricey Beverly Hills mansion up for sale. The home features 7 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms. It is 8,830 square feet, and the property was purchased for just under $10 million in 2017. The asking price now, so it was 2017 for $10 million, $19 million, almost doubling what they paid for it. So we'll see if they get it.
So
I don't know.
When we hear 7 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, we're assuming that each of the bedrooms has a bathroom?
Yeah.
I would think so,
Yep.
yeah.
I told
Okay.
you the house that I stayed in a couple of times, a family that I know that has money, they don't build houses without every bedroom having a bathroom. Everyone has their own bathroom, and
Wow.
then there's others scattered throughout the house.
Yeah, because that used to not be the norm. There'd be, the master bedroom would usually have
Yeah.
a bathroom, and then
Right.
all bets were off for everyone else.
That was like one of the first things I noticed when I went there. I was like, this is amazing. You felt like,
Yeah.
the house was so beautiful. You felt like you were at a resort anyway. But like the fact that no matter what guest room you stayed in, you had your own bathroom. Like
That's
it-
awesome.
It
That
was
is-
awesome.
it is kinda cool.
Best. Yeah.
Especially when you got to really tear up the place.
This might not mean much to you guys other than me and Steve, but one of the few remaining stars of Hee Haw, comedian Lulu Roman, passed away. The singer was a regular on the weekly country music variety show from 1969 to 1993. They brought it back for a little while.
I remember that, yeah.
But Lulu she was a very large woman, dark black hair. She was very, very funny.
That was her thing.
Yeah.
And she was, they had the hee-haw honeys, and she was sort of the, always commenting on them. And I liked her. She was always very likable.
While primarily known to the public for her weekly stints on the show, she was also an accomplished gospel singer. She recorded a long series of Southern gospel albums, winning a Dove Award in 1985. And being inducted into the Country Gospel Music Hall of Fame in 1999.
What was her name again?
Her name was Lulu Roman.
Oh, that was her actual name.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
So she was 78 years old. No cause of death was announced.
People don't remember the hee-haw was kind of fit a niche and a need at a time. It was over the top, hokey and hayseedy, and but you would see accomplished country music. I watched it at that time as a young man. I watched it for the hee-haw honeys.
Listen, brilliant musicians.
Yeah.
Roy Clark alone was worth watching that show.
Yeah.
My God, that guy could play anything with strings, and he was incredible at it. And Buck Owens was a great musician too. So it was, it had legit, but it was hokey.
Yeah.
The comedy was meant to be stupid.
Yes,
that's what the humor was in how, just over the top goofy it was. But as a kid growing up, I loved it,
Yeah,
Every now and then, Roy Clark musician stuff will show up on my Instagram feed I don't know why, probably just because I mentioned it into the microphone one time and Instagram listens to everything that we say. I had no idea that guy was as incredible as he is. He's a remarkable musician.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a great video, not to go off too much about Roy Clark, but there's a great video of him sitting, there's this caucus of musicians, country musicians. He and Glenn Campbell start playing together and going back and forth. And Glenn Campbell was amazing.
He's a great guitar player. Yeah.
Hey, Nick, speaking about your phone listening in on everything, I watched Conclave, or I started watching Conclave the other night. Ray Fiennes' character delivers a sermon, and he says something that listen, I was lifelong, I went to Catholic school and all that, but he said, and it just hit me, and I just yelled to my wife to the other room. I go, hon, I'm watching this thing, and I just heard something about blah, blah, blah. Now, Instagram is sending me Billy Graham videos.
Billy Graham.
Yep.
They're listening.
Listen, we were talking about something on the air the other day, and it ended up in my feed, not only my Instagram feed, but also on my computer, on my search engine. I use Bing, and it shows up, and it's happening.
How come I'm getting Nell porn?
Kong Kong.
Kong Kong.
Oh.
Conclave. Kong Kong.
Kong Kong.
Yeah.
Kong Kong.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kong Kong.
Conclave.
All right, I have a couple other things. We got to get to these.
Sinner.
Kong Kong.
Conclave.
Thinner.
Kong Kong.
Sinner.
Oh, my God. What the hell's going on?
Not much.
I don't even know. I'm the one hitting
The
the
hell
buttons.
is this? McKenna Grace, love that actress.
I love her too.
Has joined the Hunger Games Sunrise on the Reaping as Maisie Donner, who joins Hamish Abernathy, who's going to be played by Joseph Zada, as a District 12 tribute. Grace is known for her roles in recent Ghostbusters movies. She was also she was the little girl in Gifted. She's great in that movie, and she's going to be a part of a bunch of other upcoming blockbusters like Nobody 2, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and Scream 7.
She's also part of this, too.
Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
She was a little girl.
The prequel movie in the Hunger Games franchise takes place 25 years before the first Hunger Games movie takes place, following a young Hamish as he completes the 50th Hunger Games. And the movie is set in theaters November 20th of next year, by the way.
I think I've tapped out of that universe.
Yeah. I do. So Saturday Night Live has announced final set for their 50th season. The hosts, as previously revealed, Quinta Brunson is going to be taking on May 3rd, backed up by Benson Boone as the musical guest. Following her, Walton Goggins will host for the very first time on May 10th. And he'll be joined by musical guest Arcade Fire. And finally, closing out the season is Scarlett Johansson hosting for the 7th time. Wow. May 17th. And she'll be joined by Bad Bunny as the musical guest.
Quinta rocked her last appearance on SNL. She delivered some of the best bits. She learned her lines, Preston. She wasn't a card reader. It was amazing.
Has Walton Goggins ever hosted?
No, first time.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so we have movies opening this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about them, y'all. Movies opening today include The Accountant 2, action mystery film, stars Ben Affleck, John Bernthal, and J.K. Simmons. Christian Wolf has a talent for solving complex problems when an old acquaintance is murdered, leaving behind a cryptic message to find the accountant. Wolf is compelled to solve the case. Realizing more extreme measures are necessary, Wolf recruits his estranged and highly lethal brother Brax to help. It's 2 hours and 5 minutes long, rated R, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score gives it a 76%.
So the word on this is that, obviously, I love the first one. I love the action. And they say that what is really surprising is that the chemistry between John Bernthal and Affleck is so good that just the dialogue passages where they're kind of bickering verbally is sensational.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised J.K. Simmons is going to be in this because his character retires in that first movie. And the young lady who plays the one who is taking over, she was great in that, and I hope she's in this movie.
I would assume she is.
And I don't know her name off the top of my head. Nick is going to pull up the... it's Cynthia Adai Robinson. She's great in this, so we'll see. All right, also opening is Cheech and Chong's last movie. It's a comedy documentary, and of course stars Cheech and Chong. Cheech and Chong's enduring partnership begins like the start of a classic joke setup. A Chicano kid from South Central L.A. and a half-Chinese Motown musician meet at a strip club in Canada, and it ends with one of the most iconic duos in entertainment history. 2 hours and 3 minutes long. Rated R. Wide theater release and Rotten Tomatoes score, 81%. That's cool.
You know, I still have that picture of Tommy Chong holding my daughter in the pajamas.
You know what's wild? When I just, maybe I knew this and forgot that I knew this or just learned it for the first time, but in the first movie, Up in Smoke, Strother Martin, Stacy Keach were improvising a tremendous amount of their dialogue.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. So the Cheech and Chong would say, this is the scenario. So Strother Martin delivers one of my favorite lines in the movie.
That's his dad,
The
right?
dad, yeah. He goes, I swear you are the Antichrist.
Yep. That's awesome. All right, we have some clips to play. And we're going to start with The Accountants 2. Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have built a spectacular bond in the movie, and here Ben explains.
You know, you're just used to being in that person's company. You kind of almost develop a sort of rhythm or an energy around them. And to fall into that and make it believable is very hard because it's, like I said, it's a hard thing to fake. And I think I just credit the fact that I just find him so spectacular that put me at ease. I don't think I would have been able to do it in the same way with another actor.
And to answer your question earlier, Preston, Cynthia Adai Robinson is in Accountant 2.
Hey, thank you very much, Nick. It is out in theaters today. And another clip. The best way to prep for Until Dawn is with the source material. In this clip, Belmont Camelli talks about the cast's struggles playing the single-player game as a group.
It's kind of hard to play with an audience of your...
This is going to be fun. I will continue on.
Okay.
But here we go.
friends, because everybody has an opinion and you only have a second to make a decision. Some people are listening to what they're saying and then getting flustered. Some people are just like making the decision.
Run, he's got a gun.
Until Dawn is now playing in theaters.
I'll find you and I'll shoot you.
That's perfect. All righty, y'all.
Love the vibe this morning.
Yeah, it's a Friday vibe. It's a
Yeah,
No
it is.
Sad Bro vibe, and we'll play our Froggy song and even dive further into the No Sad Bro-ness. What?
I just spiked some stuff. You know, I don't like Chuck It So Mad, but like
Does he?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
By the way,
yeah.
Spike, for those who don't know, means to play a song outside of our playlist that we have planned.
Yeah, he doesn't have a feel for this sort of stuff, and I do. You know, or at least I tell myself that I do.
You're saying he's not a good program director?
Yeah, I'm musically. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Like he's like
The music part of programming a rock radio station, he's not good at.
He is a very vanilla guy.
The essential,
Like, I know his
the essential
ears.
part of his job, he's falling down.
Not very
So
good
just
at.
you wait and see, because I got something coming up next.
You're lighting it up? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you piss him off, he's going to take away our phone.
When you hear the song, you're gonna be like, dude, it must be Friday. That's what you're gonna think.
Okay, so Casey has a special song for you when we return?
It's not special,
But-
but it's better than what he programmed.
Okay, all right, fair enough. We'll take a quick break and we'll find out what that is in a moment. And don't forget, we have a special guest joining us around 8 o'clock this morning. 20 Money, we have Connoisseur and more. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
come on. And then eventually, he was supposed to be the one who was making sure the bills. Yeah, good call on the landlord paying for the water and all that stuff. That all got shut off. So eventually, I told you one night I switched all the locks in the house so that they face my direction. And I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. I had to put my foot down. And then after a while, you're like, why am I fighting for this turf? There are other apartments. Let me get out of here.
Right.
Why is this my?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I have Laura standing by. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Hi. So my neighbor and I were just talking about this because we were just talking about the show. When I was 19, I made a very bad decision to go on Craigslist and try to rent a room from a stranger.
Yeah.
I went to Temple and I didn't like my dorm situation. So, very long story short, I met somebody who I was renting his basement from him. He was a little older. He seemed like he had everything together. We signed like an unofficial agreement, I guess, for me to live in his basement. And just like you were describing, like things were just a little off. Like things were weird. The basement apartment also was not a real apartment. It was just a finished basement. So we shared laundry, we shared bathroom, we shared kitchen.
Yeah, no.
So,
Laura, that sucks.
So things were getting weird, really weird. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt very uncomfortable. So he said he had a work trip coming up. So I was like, this is my time to like move out. I don't know if he didn't go on a work trip or whatever, but he showed up and saw that I was boxing things up and literally locked all of my stuff in the basement, and I could not get into the house anymore. He like locked me out of the house. And this is on 18th and Federal in North Philadelphia.
Oh, God.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you show up and it's locked. What do you do?
I called my dad.
Okay. Yeah.
And I said, you need to come help me.
Bring
Like,
your gun.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was in the middle of the night, which adds another creepy layer to it. I was working at a coffee shop and, closing down the store, so I was coming home late. And, so I called my dad, and my dad basically was pounding on the door and threatening to call the cops and said, you need to let my daughter get all of her stuff out. And he kept demanding money. It was
Well, let me ask you.
so bizarre.
Let me ask you something. So, had you informed him you were leaving, or were you beating a hasty retreat without his knowledge?
So I had my boyfriend at the time was staying with me too. And I was like, we got to pack up and get out while he's like on this business trip. Because it was just too creepy.
Right.
So,
And when you say
came home and
when you say creepy, was he being like sexually creepy? Was he being just psycho creepy? What level of creepiness?
I literally can't even put my finger on it, and I honestly don't even remember his name. It was like I blacked this whole experience
Okay, all
out.
right. Yeah, I get it.
No, absolutely.
But maybe little things said, little glances, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would find things in the shared bathroom.
I could not do that.
Like I probably can't say, but like it was just gross and weird and uncomfortable.
No.
Dear God,
sharing a bathroom with a stranger, sharing a kitchen with a stranger, no effing way. I mean, I understand it might have been something you had to because of the situation, but you'd have to hold a gun on me to do that.
Oh, well, now I'm a mom and I'm an adult, and I'm like, my kids can never, ever, ever do what I did.
Yeah.
And it was so, I felt like it was out of desperation almost because I couldn't afford rent by myself. So I really wanted to be on my own, living in Philadelphia. Like I just wanted that life. And, never.
No, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Thanks, Laura.
It's a common thing, yeah.
I think most of these stories are going to start with, so I went on Craigslist.
Yes.
Right? And by the which I shudder to think about. Never once did I ever use Craigslist, but I have heard nothing but horror stories.
Yeah, right? It's never good.
Especially when it comes to meeting up with people or...
Unless you say you're putting an armoire on the curb, come pick it up.
I had friends that it was 3 roommates together, and one had gotten another job somewhere else. They had just signed the lease for the next year. This person found a job and they had to move out. and they put their room up on the city paper. The personals there, but without the other two roommates' knowledge, and there was a huge fight about that. Gigantic fight. And it's like, listen, man, I'm sorry but we just signed a lease, right? You don't get to try and figure this out on your own. Like, we should have a say on who is going to move into our house. And luckily it didn't end up turning into anything.
Right.
But it ended in the friendships are over, but
yeah.
I had a friend whose roommate in college would leave kiss marks on her bra.
Oh my God.
She would take her bra out of the laundry basket and put a red or pink kiss mark, like lip mark on it. And we could not figure out why.
Was it a little love letter of sorts?
No,
or?
the girl was nuts, and she was nuts all through college. We didn't really stay friends with her, but she I knew people that lived with her later. Senior year, junior and senior year, and she didn't do that, but she would always do bizarre things.
That would be chilling.
So
just
weird.
find kiss marks on your underwear.
I just have to kiss it. I just have to
made out
kiss
with
it.
your bra last night.
Yeah. Okay, this I got to hear. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Joe?
Not start on Craigslist.
Okay, it did not start on Craigslist. All right, go ahead.
So this was really early days of the internet, like 1995 or 6, something like that. I was about 8 years old. My sister, who was much older than me, met a random guy through a chat room, and he lived several states away. And one summer, while we were out of school, he showed up at our house.
Oh, my God. You're
totally
8
unannounced.
years old?
I was 8.
How old is your sister at that time?
She was just graduated high school.
All right, so like 18.
Okay, so dude shows up at your house?
Yeah, so he shows up at our house with another girl.
Okay.
And it was really random, and we didn't, I was 8, so I'm sure I didn't get the whole story, but I didn't really figure out why at first. But the intention was my sister wanted to date this guy, which was probably obvious. And then he ended up living with us for the entire summer, him and the other girl.
No.
Wait, what?
And
Where were your parents in all this?
Yeah, seriously.
He moved in? He and his girlfriend moved in?
he lived in our basement on the couch.
Okay,
we had
hold
a
on.
pull-out couch that they just lived on.
Joe, hang on. Several questions. Okay.
Yeah.
He was a full-grown adult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was probably early 20s.
Your parents? What happened there?
I have no idea.
Why would they let this guy, this complete stranger, come in and live at your house?
This is my boyfriend and my boyfriend's girlfriend.
Right.
My parents are way too nice most of the time.
That's almost negligent.
Yeah, naive. So
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to glance over that.
yeah, we'll glance over the parent thing.
They're living there. What happens?
So at the end of the summer, they just randomly disappeared, and they left a whole bunch of stuff at our house.
Okay.
And when they left, the girl that had left her ID at our house.
Yeah.
And when we found the ID, we noticed that she was using a false name the entire time she was living with us.
Okay. Old false name. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we looked her up online, we found out where she was from and all that kind of stuff. And it turned out that this guy had kidnapped that girl.
Oh my God.
So you had a kidnapper living in your house with the kidnappee. Did they get along? Was it a case where he had squirreled her away from her parents, or did you get the impression that she was there under duress?
It seemed like a little bit of duress and a little bit of him pulling her away from her parents, because she also was probably about 18 or 19.
That is effed up. By the way, I gave you permission today, and they may be perfectly wonderful people, but go slap your parents for us if you wouldn't mind.
That makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'd love to hear from your parents.
Yeah, it's great. They're playing their records in the basement.
Joe, do you and your sister ever
talk about it?
Reminisce about this little interesting time in your lives?
Funnily enough, I rarely talk to her because of other boy decisions that she had in her life.
Okay, so it started early.
You got out just in time, Joe, or you'd be dating one of these guys.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah.
So weird.
I had
A lot of layers there.
Well, if you think you're this girl and you're going to get this guy, hey, I like this guy, I want to date him. Yeah, is it okay if I bring a girl? What? And you still follow through with it?
We're
It's
talking
okay.
about
It's okay. She was kidnapped.
Netflix's worst roommate ever, and there was a story of this crazy serial squatter that ended up and driving people nuts that he moved in with. So that's where we got started here. Taking some calls. I'm going to go to Lou next. Hey, Lou. Good morning. Hey! It is Lou. Hey, Lou. What's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, Press? What's up, Casey boy? Nick.
How are you, Lou?
Marissa.
Hey, now, of course, you're going to have a story about all this.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right. Now, listen to this. I was living out in California, and a guy that I knew growing up that I lost contact with got my phone number from another friend and said he wanted to move to California. So I said, yeah, sure, come on. I didn't know him that well, but I'm like, there's no problem. Somebody from back home. It'd be nice to have a familiar face. So he moves into my house. He's been there a couple days. I get up one morning, and my living room is full of computers.
This guy must be very studious.
Yes.
So what happened?
And the company that he robbed from they were friends of mine. And that's how he knew how he could get into the place, because it was an old car dealership that I used to work for.
So Lou, he came out with the intent of using your connection to rob the business that you worked for?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
I got up. I was pissed. I called them up. I went over there, and I said, listen, I told them the whole story. They came back with a truck. We got all the stuff. I told him he better get out of the house while my buddy and his buddy come in and bring all the stuff back. And then I made him leave.
Yeah.
He met up with a girl and moved in with her. And then eventually he came back. And him and I got in a fight, and we had this big fish tank. And he kicked the fish tank, smashed it, and everything went all over the floor. We wound up rolling around in
the fish?
In the fish.
In the glass and fish.
Glass and fish. Yes, sir. And it was a saltwater tank.
Oh man. Lou, that's a hell of a story. So you were giving the guy finally left. I assume. I'm going to guess you won that fight, and he had to leave, right?
Right. Oh yeah. He left. He since passed away too.
All right. He's dead.
I love.
Thank you, Kath. Oh, a reminder. Can I mention this now, Casey?
Yes.
Live band karaoke voting is now up and running.
Oh, excellent.
Yep. So you can do that. You can vote at WMMR.com. We're going to narrow down all of our potential singers to 10, and they will get to sing on stage with the band, and we're excited to do this once again. And we announced yesterday that main stage act Fat Mez is going to be performing on the side stage. They're going to be doing two different sets, two completely original sets, meaning that they're not going to be playing the same songs they play on the main stage. So it's two different shows. And this whole thing is getting underway now with the voting. We got to find out who you think should be on board. So you can go to PrestonandSteve.com and see the audition videos and then vote and help us pick the winners.
The reaction to the additional set from Fat Mez on the side stage is really, really awesome. People are loving the idea.
Yep. So thank you very much, and we appreciate you helping out. All right. So before we head into the weekend, I think I got to clean out my junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
I'm changing it up.
I'm glad you are.
I can go with this, too.
It's a nice variety. All right, so we're going to start with this. I was, now, since my children have grown up, I'm a little more out of touch with what's going on in the world of cartoon programming.
Yes.
And so I read about this cartoon called Coco Melon. You guys familiar with this?
No.
Case, you are familiar with it?
I'm familiar with Coco Melon, yeah.
What you having?
He's having a coconut.
I'm trying.
I'm just curious what you're having to eat. We're not busting your balls.
It's an RX bar.
Okay.
I like these RX bars. They're really, really good. This is a Connoisseur teaser.
Well, right before Casey did his live commercial, he took a big bite of, was it the same
Laffy
thing?
Taffy.
Laffy Taffy.
He goes, I thought I could finish a Laffy Taffy in the stove.
In less than a minute. I thought I could, and I couldn't.
You're eating your protein bar in one hand and Laffy Taffy in the other?
I need a little sugar kick.
He's complex.
He is complex.
By the way, speak for yourself. We are busting his balls.
It's true. It's
Thank
true.
you.
All right. So, Cocomelon is an addictively popular animated streaming series, reportedly hooks toddlers on its bright colors, loud music, and characters sporting oversized heads and googly eyes. And
You had me at googly eyes.
Well, some people are starting to say that it's too much, like it's overstimulation.
Really?
So an influencer named Mama Sand Messes quickly noticed how overstimulated her child became whenever he watched the show, and which is a bona fide streaming sensation now, boasting nearly 200 billion views on YouTube. And she said he would sit there glued to the TV and never wanted us to turn it off. She's a former teacher, by the way. The child is 4 years old. She said, unlike other shows he'd watched for a little bit, when Cocomelon was on, he demonstrated some negative behaviors. Transitions were hard, and there were tantrums, especially when it was time to turn it off.
Turn it off and I'll kill you.
And ask concerned parent Shania Hillian, which cartoon she won't allow her 4-year-old daughter to watch, and she doesn't mince words. She said, this is a no Cocomelon household.
This kind of reminds me of stuff like a Videodrome or like, where you're being barraged with people who are photosensitive sometimes react in ways. I'm curious to see what the imagery is like in this thing. So it's up on the screen here in the studio now.
I mean, it looks like
not that bad.
Not that bad. I mean, really, the video, it kind of reminds me a little bit of, and I have to go a little ways back, but Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah.
Larger heads and that style of animation.
I do remember some TV shows, though, like making Ben act certain ways. And SpongeBob got him really ramped up. And I don't know what it is about particular programs or whatever, but, like, his behavior would change when some shows. Yeah, and it's Steve, it's a real common problem it's not a common problem. It's just something that happens with kids.
Yeah. Dude, our really good friends, Rochelle and I, their kid, who's a grown-up now, they would not let him watch SpongeBob when he was a kid. And I'm like, really?
Well, that's why. Neither would Melissa, my ex. And it was
really?
Yes, it wasn't because neither one of us didn't like SpongeBob. We loved it. It was his behavior after SpongeBob. And who knows what it was about SpongeBob. Obviously, SpongeBob is awesome. Everybody loves SpongeBob. But Ben would go crazy after those shows and act, Ben's a good kid. It would act not like a bad kid.
I can see that in some way. I crack up because we were. My dad let us watch every goddamn thing. That's why I'm the mess that I am. But I could see things like a array of colors or whatever could get a kid amped up in a way you may not like.
Yeah. All right. So. What? Oh, no, he wanted to say something.
Oh,
but,
yeah. And then he turned away.
I've moved on.
The one time Hillian's daughter saw Cocomelon at a friend's house, the 3-year-old was instantly mesmerized. She kept asking me if she could watch it, and they said it has gotten so bad that now every time I see the show pop up on Netflix, I put a thumbs down next to it.
I'm 10 years old, but I'll beat your ass.
Wow.
Online parents have compared the program to crack for kids, showing Cocomelon meltdowns when they turn off the show. And they said once you have a taste of the cocoa, it's hard to break the addiction. Unlike cartoons in the past, some of today's animated series do emphasize excessively loud music and bright flashing lights instead of slower storylines with a solid narrative, like Arthur or the Magic School Bus they use as examples here.
Something that's who's the one who's all the rage on YouTube? The Miss whatever.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day.
She has a very soothing delivery. Miss Rachel.
A lot of people, Preston, are texting about Cocomelon, saying that it's really kinetic, that it changes every 2 or 3 seconds. It keeps the kids glued, but it turns them into zombies because it's changing so frequently and so fast that the kids become really hyper as a result.
So that's like some reality television programming. The very quick switches of camera angles and so on, and I don't like watching that. It's overstimulation.
Well, stop and think about adults who are scrolling. It's a similar thing.
It's true, man. Yeah. Kind of where we're all headed.
You know what commercial gets me that does that? It's the Capital One commercial, and there's a few different versions of it, but the one that I've seen recently is Jennifer Garner walking towards the camera, and she is walking through several different travel locations. And the point of the commercial is get a Capital One card and you can go anywhere in the world and stay in their lounges and whatever. And there's been a bunch of different versions of this commercial. It changes so rapidly. The location that she's in, as she's walking towards the camera, it gives me a headache. It messes my brain up. And here it's up on the screen in the television in the studio, and you'll see it in a second.
Okay.
This might not be the right one.
All right.
No, there's a different commercial, and
It's a little too much stimulation.
The same person walks at the screen rapidly, and the scene behind them changes every 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds or whatever, and it's the change of the location while the person is simultaneously walking towards the camera messes me up.
Looking at some texts that are coming in that says Coco Melon turns kids into zombies. Someone says, dude, it's true. 3 and 4-year-old, we have now do songs, but wait, we now do songs, but no video. From the show, and then and then they said it's baby crack.
So, President, there was a video up. I don't know if you noticed. It was on the screen here, but there was obviously a kid sitting on the couch, and the parent shut the show off, and the kid, was like an addict.
Here's another one. Yeah. It says Coco Melon turns kids into cocoa felons.
Wow.
And here's another one that says, can confirm we banned it in my house. Told my daughter it rots her brain.
Oh my God.
Here's some audio.
It's a great day on Coco Melon Lane.
This is the theme.
So nice to meet ya. It's a great day on Coco Melon Lane. Come on, there's so much to see ya.
All right, well, we'll see, but it's incredibly popular. But some people are saying, yeah, it's a bit much for the chillins. All right, let me go back into the junk drawer. All right, here's something I saw last week and didn't get a chance to pass along to you, but it is a subcategory of catfishing called hat fishing.
Hat fishing.
Yes. This occurs when someone wears a hat to conceal the fact that they're more or less balding, and this practice is often used in photos on dating apps.
Okay.
Like most popular dating slang, the term actually appeared on Urban Dictionary back in 2014, but the trend is resurfacing.
So it's a deceptive way to portray yourself in your avatar.
The inclination to hatfish makes sense given how sensitive men can be about their hair, according to this article. In 2013, researchers in Berlin conducted a major study of the psychosomatic effects of hair loss and concluded that even minimal balding could lead to an enormous emotional burden with low self-confidence, impaired quality of life, and even psychological disorders.
Wow.
Yeah. The American Hair Loss Association estimates that about 2 out of every 3 men will start to lose their hair at least some of their hair, by the time they're 35. An unnerving prospect for young guys trying to protect virility on dating apps.
So what is the state of the art with like Rogaine and other treatments, and what are your cheaper hair transplant procedures running?
Don't know.
In other words, this does not seem like something, if you're really, really destroyed by it, that you have to live with, right?
Yeah. I got to believe it's an expensive procedure, but I couldn't tell you, Steve.
And I just think none of it's like Rogaine and all that, like none of it's perfected. None of it actually helps. Otherwise, everyone would be using it.
Well,
and
there's
even
a
the
company-
hair implants, though, like they're not great. Like you can tell. You know what I mean? Like it's not.
Actually, I've seen ones where they do
better ones.
Well, not like the old style. Like it looks like a potted plant. Where they're doing the single hair. I've seen them that look pretty convincing.
Decent. There's also a listener of our show. He's a local guy who does the tattooing. So they actually tattoo color on the hair. So it actually just gives
your scalp.
On your scalp. So it just on the scalp. So
A
it actually
fuller
just
look.
gives the illusion that it's fuller. Yeah.
that could work. I would see that.
It's like spray on hair.
Nick pulled up this information. A good transplant procedure typically costs between $4,000 and $15,000, but can range from $8,000 to $20,000 or more. So it's not cheap.
Yeah.
And also I had something in the Just Saying Institute a while back. You remember about they're starting to maybe make some inroads on a legit medical treatment that can reinvigorate hair growth. And I don't know what, listen, those things take decades sometimes before they're available to the public. But they apparently are getting close from what I understand. So according to this article, according to celebrity hairstylist Kristen Serafino,
I have all the answers.
Young guys feel like there's this unwritten rule that a luscious head of locks is directly associated with their masculinity.
Wrong.
The truth is, gradual thinning of the hair is a natural, inevitable inevitable condition like death taxes and the next selfie from the Kardashians.
I like the first comparison is death.
George Halley, a 48-year-old from Colorado, has hat-fished in the past and thinks the majority of men do it to avoid having people make snap judgments and quick swipes left based on solely their hairline. So
to me, though, the worst thing is so you get somebody and then you're going to have to take your hat off at some point. Why not just put that up front in the store window?
Because maybe, Steve, they see it, well, at least I'll get a shot.
Wow,
You know what I
man,
mean?
yeah.
That at least someone who might pass over me immediately might have a chance to sit down and talk to me, and at least I have an opportunity.
Give me the chance to disappoint them later on.
Well, maybe, but
Yeah.
they may, they may be charmed by this person once they meet them. So, but they said no one wants to reveal what they perceive as their least attractive feature right off the bat. Few guys want to be bald. No one shaves the male pattern baldness shape into their head because they think it's hot.
Nobody does that.
Casey does it because it's fun from time to time.
So, Casey, you said that you feel you get a little light on the crown there, right?
There
so,
it is.
would you ever again shave? Okay,
Nah.
yeah.
What, for fun?
Oh, for fun?
For fun,
I
yeah.
don't. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Because some people, I know some people have a fear of if you cut it too short,
it's not coming.
It's not going to come back.
No. I mean, for fun, I would definitely do it again. I thought you were asking something else. I
No,
apologize.
because it's like the Seinfeld episode where the guy shaves his head and when he lets it grow and he realizes he's going bald.
Yeah. No, but I'm definitely going bald back here, and that it is what it is. And
Yep.
So a bunch of people are texting and referring to the hair transplant stuff and saying that people will combine vacations to the country of Turkey, Mexico, or Colombia because you can get a vacation out of it. And the hair transplant is so much cheaper and really, really well done in these countries. So they'll go to any of these countries, pay a lot less for the hair transplant and come back with a full head of hair.
Remember, we talked a while back about Turkey in particular being a very popular spot. Like tons of people come in for hair transplants.
I've told you guys this story before on the air, but I had a friend who went to Colombia and had a full body makeover, liposuction, breast lift, breast implants, like everything. And she stayed at like a spa type recovery place where they, it was a little more spa-like than just going home with all these tubes, draining fluids out of you and all of that. And she stayed until she was healed enough to fly home. And it was significantly
And that was Colombia?
cheaper. It was in Colombia.
Yeah, so this a listener just texted in, and this is for the hair transplant thing, but they took a vacation to Colombia and they paid $2,500 for the hair transplant there and then came home.
So where was it Turkey that we heard about where somebody got for a procedure and it was one of it didn't quite work out.
I think I've had some examples of that happening before. Yeah, when we talked about that last time. But
they put hair on their breast implants.
But hat fishing was not familiar with
hat
that term.
fishing.
All right, we're going back in. All right, here's the story that Steve sent to me and I filed in the junk drawer. This is a sad one. The founder of an innovative toy company that taught millions of children how to read has died, and he passed away by physician-assisted suicide.
What?
Mike Wood, the founder of Leapfrog Enterprises, was pronounced dead at Dignitas, a nonprofit organization that offers physician-assisted suicide in Zurich. And this was on April 10th. His family was there. He was 72 years old, suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and he had made the decision to end his life before the condition progressed too far, according to his brother Tim. Leapfrog also shared news of Wood's passing, describing him as an innovative leader whose passion to find a new way to help children learn led to something remarkable.
I remember that. Obviously, I don't have kids, but even I knew how Leapfrog was all over the place.
That was like the first, iPad-like thing that we got for Jace, it was when they were very young.
By the way, Swiss law allows people to help others to die as long as their motives are not selfish, such as for financial gain.
So I actually know someone who did this. I didn't know him personally. I knew someone in his family, but he did it here through Penn Medicine.
Yeah, so by the way, the laws vary across the states with many legalizing medically assisted suicide or considering legislation that would do so. So it depends on where you are and what the condition is.
And I mean, it took years for, and all of the therapy and the counseling that he had to go through and the decision that, he wanted to make and the family was against it, but he wanted to do it and eventually it happened.
Can I ask you what their condition was?
So I've been asked not to talk about it.
Okay.
And I feel like if I say what it was, then
gotcha.
they would connect it.
Yep.
Apparently, this guy knew how to leapfrog the process. See what I did there?
Nick?
I was just going to say, I believe you can do it legally in Colorado.
Okay.
In Colorado.
So Wood, to tell you a little bit about his life, he was born in Northern California. He would go on to earn a Master's of Business Administration from the Haas School of Business at UC Berkeley and a doctorate from the University of California Hastings College of Law. He then spent several years working as an attorney, but it was his personal life that inspired him to create the toy company. He was a young father, and he noticed that his toddler was struggling to read. And he would later explain that his then 3-year-old son, Matt, knew the alphabet but could not pronounce the letter sounds. Wood was concerned that if his child lagged as a reader, he would struggle and set off him to create a prototype of an electronic toy that played sounds when children squeezed plastic letters. And he based the idea on greeting cards that play music when open as a technology.
That's brilliant.
And he worked with engineers and as an education professor at Stanford to eventually develop the Phonics Desk, which was released in 1995. And the success of that product attracted the attention of investors Michael R. Milken and Larry Ellison, the founder of the software company Oracle. And the education company they founded, Knowledge Universe, then bought a majority stake in Leapfrog in 1997. That brought in millions of dollars to develop the new products. And with some extra funds, he was able to acquire a company that developed the prototype, which later became the LeapPad, which he insisted be sold for no more than $49 at Toys R Us. It was a blue and green clamshell that held interactive spiral-bound storybooks. Children could use the pointer to touch the word or an item in the story to hear it spelled or sounded aloud. And it became the best-selling toy by the 2000 holiday season. And soon the company started developing other products to teach children other topics like geography and math. And they started putting it in like schools left and right, and then it just took off.
So I assume iPads sort of cut into this industry, and the software probably runs. You can probably get Leapfrog software for iPad. I'm not sure, but that would seem to be the case.
The difference, Steve, is that sometimes you don't want the iPad because it's too complicated and there's too many things. So the Leapfrog simplifies it. And so especially for toddlers, like you don't want to have every single option in the universe like you would for an adult. And when it's a Leapfrog, it really streamlines a lot of those the applications you would want a toddler to have.
So Wood ultimately stepped down from the company in 2004. He was 51 by then. Leapfrog was available in 6 languages, more than 25 countries. When Wall Street Journal asked him about his decision to leave, he said, in 2003, we had 1,000 employees, $650 million in revenue, $60 million in earnings, and I had a headache every day. He said there would be 4 or 5 problems on my desk every day that I had no good answer, and you had to pick the least worst answer. So that's why he decided to hang it up.
Yeah, man. And he had every capability of doing that. What an amazing thing to set forward. And he was to be inspired by the need of his own child.
Yeah. And then he went on and did a lot of other education-based things on a more leisurely level. But he leaves behind a great legacy. So that was sad news, but I thought it was interesting and worth passing along. So thanks for sending that to me, Steve.
No problem.
All right. Let me go back into the junk drawer. All right, how about this one? I thought this was kind of interesting. Tennis legend Andre Agassi is set to make his pro debut in another racket sport this week when he takes his part in the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Talk about hair transplants.
Alongside the sport's #1 player, Agassi, an 8-time Grand Slam singles champion, said that he will take the court with 18-year-old star Anna Lee Walters on April 30th in his first match. April Waters is her name. And it was Waters' idea to play together after she saw videos of Agassi playing pickleball on YouTube. Waters was on track to earn more than $3 million last year.
Pickleball?
As a professional pickleball player, but did not have a mixed doubles partner for this year's U.S. Open, which begins on Saturday in Naples, Florida.
Was it LeBron who bought a pickleball
A few
league?
people had bought teams, So he said she's probably sick of winning so much, and that's why she called me and asked me to play. Agassi said that he was originally drawn to pickleball because of its social, inclusive nature, and he's since become a spokesman for the sport and an endorser for Jula, which is a company that makes the pickleball gear.
By the way, so I bought my wife a couple years ago, about 2 years ago, pickleball, racket, the whole thing, and they're pricey, man.
Yeah.
That equipment is pricey.
Well, they're popular.
Yeah,
So there's
that's
a lot
why,
of demand for it,
So what would that have cost? Any idea? A couple $100?
I thought it. Well, no, but it was maybe like 150 or
Okay.
I forget exactly what it was, but it was enough to raise my non-existent eyebrows.
Right. All right, so actually Andre Agassi playing in the U.S. Open Championship of pickleball this weekend. I thought that was kind of interesting. All right, we'll do one more thing. All right, if you are still stuck on what to get the moms in your life for Mother's Day this year, content creator and mom Dom Martin has put together a simple, informative guide. She has a slideshow called Gifts Moms Actually Want for Mother's Day. And she makes it clear that a candle or new robe definitely doesn't cut it.
What about a vacuum cleaner?
No.
No?
She lays out the do's and don'ts for gift giving for moms on their special holiday. Now, listen.
I don't mind a new vacuum.
I know, Rochelle, too. She would love a new vacuum cleaner.
We need a vacuum in my house, and I just won't go and buy one. Like, I just borrow my mom's all the time. They're
Well,
too
no, she
expensive.
has to have expressed that she also wants the vacuum.
That is an essential part of the equation, Kathy.
You can't-
Yes, if you know what I would like, a vacuum cleaner. Then I will get. But if you get a vacuum cleaner, even still at that point, you need to get something else that is a little bit more pampering or something, whatever.
Yeah.
But you can't just get the vacuum cleaner.
Give her the vacuum cleaner and say, "Here, get to work."
Yeah.
Now, make me a
then move
sandwich.
out.
Yeah, by the way, here's a
dumb
frying
bitch.
pan, too.
Why aren't you in the kitchen? Am I going to have to hit you?
And then pack your bags, case.
All right, so for the do's of Mother's Day, she said, number one is to plan ahead. If you wait until the last minute, you will regret it.
So annoying.
Next up is personalize the gift.
To whom it may concern.
And think about what mom really wants. And number three on the do's is to pay attention. She says,
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
This is somebody who birthed the kid on your behalf. You should probably know what they like and what they don't. Yeah, some of us do and some of us don't. I have a hard time buying gifts. You guys know this.
We know.
I talked to my therapist about it. Like,
About buying gifts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Listen.
Did I ask what the advice was?
pay attention.
Yeah, be present in your relationship.
I am present in my
No, I
relationship.
wasn't saying you. I was saying to Kathy because she's
Preston?
just, you know how she is.
Preston, how does it make you feel when Casey suggests you're not present in your relationship?
No, I know what you're saying. So it's literally a sense of stress. So my wife's birthday is in October, and then we have Christmas, right after that. By the time we start getting to August, September, I start getting anxious.
Okay.
Because I just can't come up with any good ideas of what to get.
But
I'm just not good at it.
Does she know this? Like, is she expecting some amazing gift from you?
No, but something
You can't think of anything?
No. Terrible.
Yeah.
I bet you got me?
Yeah, I got you.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an experiential.
Because I'm going to count on you every year.
Yeah.
Okay.
But her
vacuum.
birthday's in October.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you're going somewhere.
How about a robe, a candle, and a vacuum cleaner?
So here's the don't
laundry
list.
detergent.
Yeah.
Here's the don't list. Mama presents, she says. If she wanted something that said mama on it, she probably would have already bought it for herself. At this point, it's low-hanging fruit,
Oh.
to quote Bill Weston.
Bill.
Number two
How about an
is
evening with Bill Weston?
number two is anything cleaning related.
Of course.
Because according to Dom,
Clorox. You like Clorox?
Because according to Dom, she says that's giving Cinderella. It's giving clean up after me, not I love you.
Yes.
The second word in vacuum cleaner is cleaner.
Yeah.
This could be cleaner.
So the next don't is searching on Amazon for Mother's Day gifts. She says anything that comes up
Yeah.
on that list, I guarantee you she does not want.
Look, a fence post digger.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Some of this, I was going to say, some of this list, I don't agree with this woman.
Well, here's the last one. Let's see if you agree with it. She says, finally, don't just guess what mom wants for Mother's Day. This is somebody that you know very deeply and personally. You should know what they want.
By the way, there's nothing wrong with if you are completely at an impasse to say, I want to get you something. What would you like? And tell me, allow me to do something for you. I want to do the best thing for. If you have that kind of relationship, I think that's fine.
Steve, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, okay.
Preston, if you are not sure what to get, ask her.
Oh, I
I'm
know.
not talking about the day before.
Yeah.
Your birthday's coming up in
2
a
days
month.
before.
What, no, your birthday's coming up in a
I
month.
know.
What do you want for your birthday?
What would you like?
I
What
know.
can I do for you?
No, I do.
I'd
And-
rather
what you do?
that. I'd rather you ask me what I want and get me something that I want than give me some Amazon crap.
Get 5 index cards and write hug on each one of them. Give them to her,
man.
and she can redeem those for hugs
Okay.
whenever she
I would
wants.
rip that paper up right in front of your face.
I'm feeling a little attacked right
all
now.
right, sorry,
You guys
sorry.
you're coming on a little strong here.
Meanwhile, I'm just coming up with ideas.
Okay,
for you.
that's what I want.
He's thinking over there.
Yeah, he's pricing vacuum cleaners.
All right, anyway, Mother's Day is coming up. It's on
They're
the
too expensive, Steve.
The 11th, by the way, and of course we recommend, and I will be getting the Steven Singer Gold Dip Rose, the blue one for
As
Rochelle.
will I, yeah.
I get that every single year. That's definitely a count, but I need to get a couple of other things as well. All right, we got to close it up. Close it up.
That was the junk drawer.
Yeah.
Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
That works. It does work. Thank you again to Kyle McCarty for my wonderful jingle there, buddy. All right, we're going to take a break. When we get back, we have the Bizarre File. We have your first shot at winning $1,000. Is our guest going to be here maybe, sort of, possibly?
Should be here.
All right, we'll see. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
How you go to bed and wake up and your living room is full of computer equipment.
Full of computers. And he's sitting there saying, hey, where can we sell these?
Oh, my God.
Oh, the balls on this guy, Lou. Did he know your past connections,
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, he knew my past.
But, he thought, hey, maybe Lou would be down this. But he was stealing from your friend, which is...
Yes.
I think
Stupid.
a gentleman says, do you mind if I steal from your friends?
At least
Right.
open it that way, right?
And then we can fence
Courtesy.
it together.
Oh, my God.
Right. Oh, yeah, we can go spend the money while my buddy has all his information from all the cars he sold and everything and all out there for someone else. I felt bad. It just broke my heart.
Sure.
Wow.
That's
All right.
hilarious.
Lou, you never let us down. Great to talk to you, man.
All right, yeah, you too. You guys have a great day.
All right. Who's Lou? Dude.
I love that.
That's great.
But that goes to the point. Now, obviously, there was a type of character he was dealing with. But you don't know. Marriages fall apart after people have been living together for a while. Finally, you go to that neck. We had a whole topic about what you found out about something you've been living with somebody you've been living with for years.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be better if you just met them on Craigslist, or hey, come live with me?
Let me go to, we have Gary has an interesting story to tell. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys today?
Good. What's up, bud?
So, this is a really crazy story. So, I went ahead and I started renting a room on the Jersey Shore for $400 a month, which is like unheard of.
Right.
And I was super happy about it. The person who I found out was renting it was a friend of a friend, so I didn't think anything of it. And while I stayed there, it really wasn't a big deal. It was like a shared kitchen, shared living room, and I had my own bedroom upstairs, and she lived in the basement.
Okay.
So the first month, it wasn't like a big deal at all. And she's like this 55, 60-year-old woman who, after talking to her for a while, come to find out she is an alcoholic. She drinks regularly every day.
Okay.
And she's anorexic. So she's got a whole slew of problems.
Right.
So after the first month, I was sitting in the living room and just watching TV, and she sits next to me, and she's in that drunken stupor, and
God.
she gets close to me and starts touching me inappropriately. And this is, meanwhile, I have a long-distance relationship. We're thinking about getting married, all this stuff. And I have the landlord hitting on me and trying to do stuff with
All right,
me.
Gary, just for
And-
my own satisfaction, age similar to yours, much older. Was she attractive?
She was 55 to 60 years old. I was 26, 25 at the time.
Okay.
So much older. She was, I guess, attractive, but not to the point where No, I would
okay.
say on a scale, I'd say she's like a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
Do you like
If you want, most people understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I have to ask Gary because in the little notification up here it says that she would do naked yoga.
Oh yeah, so after that encounter, and I got up and told her I had to go to bed. She then started to do my laundry impromptu. Like she would go into my room, take my laundry, and wash it for me.
No.
Instead of me going to the laundromat and just doing it. And then she would do naked yoga. And the way she did that is that normally she would do yoga in the morning and she'd have it on. So I knew that she was out there and I didn't want to bother her. Well, she was, I guess, smart enough to mute it. So I would go out there and be surprised at her doing naked yoga. And then she would do the dishes with, like, see-through shorts on to go ahead and try to rile me up. And I stayed there for, like, me being so naive and not thinking anything of it. I stayed there to reap the benefits for, like, another 10 months.
Wow.
Until I moved out.
Wow. And this behavior kept happening?
Yeah, it just kept happening, and I didn't have the balls to be like, listen, I don't want anything to do with you. I was just like, hey, she's gonna do my laundry. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you played along to get your laundry cleaned, a $400 tab, which is excellent per month. Did at any point did you get any other perks?
I mean, I didn't have to pay for electric or water or anything like that. Occasionally she would buy me dinner.
All right.
So I was, I guess she was my sugar mama.
Dude, that's what it sounds like. To watch a piece of aged meat do yoga is not so bad.
Wow. All right. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. All right. Well, with all these worst roommate stories, let's end with a good one.
All right.
Okay. Let's end with something a little bit opposite of what we're speaking about because I'm going to go to Lauren here. Hey, Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, Lauren. What do you want to share with us? You said this is a little different.
Yes, thank you for ending on me. This is a positive note for the people of Philadelphia. So my best friend put an ad in Craigslist for a roommate. She was filling a room. Totally random. I agree with you guys. It's crazy. We didn't want her to do it because we didn't think it was a good idea. A complete stranger living in her house. She found our friend David, and he ended up living with her. And after a couple of years, they ended up dating, and I just went to their wedding in June.
Oh. And Lauren, it says here that he sells used computer equipment, correct?
He's a normal guy.
Oh, all right. So it's one of the few we get actually going the distance. I like that.
Still no way.
Thank you,
way
Lauren.
on earth.
No way.
I know. Yeah.
I don't care if there's the potential of love.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, this show, Netflix's Worst Roommate Ever, does it cover several stories?
Yes.
I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like stuff like that.
Yeah. So
it makes me feel uncomfortable, but I like stuff.
It does.
Like that.
And the first one out of the park, the first episode, is a real mind blower.
Okay.
So,
wow. Interesting. All right. Well, thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories on the way. Got some really good ones for you today. We're going to talk to James Murray a little bit later on. Murr from Impractical Jokers. Jackie Bam Bam has a special announcement to make. And we get a vocal performance coming up in a bit, too. We'll tell you about it in a moment. Stay put. Other forms of overseas Chinese cuisine consisting of meat, often chicken, fish, beef, shrimp, or pork, and eggs cooked quickly with vegetables such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and celery, and bound in a starch-thickened sauce. It's typically served with rice, but can become the Chinese-American form of chow mein.
Chow mein.
With the addition of stir-fried noodles. So essentially, it's chow mein, but with rice.
I would love chow mein.
Chow. I've had chow mein many times, so it's and what's interesting is some Chinese or Chinese restaurant dishes will essentially be the same thing, but with rice or with noodles.
Yes.
Or, you know what I mean?
I love Chinese food. Used to hate it, and I don't eat it a lot because, despite the belief that it's low in calories.
Oh no, it's not. It's way high in calories, and we've got a couple of takeout places we love to go to, and it's an easy. Here's how it goes. What do you want for dinner? I don't know. I don't feel like making anything. Chinese? Yeah. Okay. And that's pretty much it. That's how it goes.
I forgot I liked bean sprouts.
You forgot.
Like, because I don't.
They're good.
I don't ever get them to put them.
They
in
don't have a
anything.
lot of flavor in them, but they are they're satisfyingly crunchy.
Yeah.
And
And erotic.
and erotic as well.
I like water chestnuts too. Those are
Same thing.
Good.
Right?
I
Similar
don't
thing.
know what it is. It seems like hard air, but it tastes pretty good.
We have and it's not new, but it's new to our family. A new Chinese food restaurant near us. That's really, really yummy.
Same here.
Yeah.
Like we stumbled across one. We're like, we were going to go somewhere else. And we're like, well, we've never been able. Let's go over there. And we tried it. And we're like, wow, okay, this is our new place.
Yeah.
Our new joint.
Haruga.
Our new John, if you will. Speaking of food, I saw an interesting article that I thought might be worth talking about. And it was, I think I got this on BuzzFeed, and people are sharing the foods that taste better burnt. Okay, with a little burn on them.
There's a number of them for me.
Little char. Which ones would you guys throw out there? Now, Casey, you had said that you love burned food.
I do. I prefer, I think, a charred flavor over anything else. If I'm having a chicken cutlet, I prefer you leave mine in just a little bit longer. Yeah.
Chicken cutlet, like a breaded chicken cutlet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for me, burnt tends to go more into the like a mac and cheese where the edges are burnt.
There you go.
Lasagna where the edges are burnt.
Those are two good ones on this list. Yes, absolutely.
Pizza can be burnt.
If you get some mac and cheese that has like a layer of cheese over the top of it, not just mixed in with the pasta, but and you get some brown or blackened spots.
Absolutely.
Yummy. I do agree with you on that. What I don't think needs to be burnt is any kind of meat
Or ice cream.
Yeah.
Ice cream.
Definitely don't
Me,
want to
I
burn
don't.
it.
I hate burnt, and then some people love it just incinerated. Like you lose to me. Like in those other cases, like mac and cheese, to me that's an actual taste that I think is a unique, accentuating taste.
Yeah.
I think what happens when you burn meat, it robs it of its taste.
Although it does have a different flavor to it.
Yeah.
My dad, whenever we go to a carving station, if they'd have like a big roast beef or something like that, he'd always ask for that. Give me that burnt end right there.
Well, that's a thing.
My
Burnt
dad
ends.
would come in from the barbecue after he'd had a few pops, and he'd come in, and the meat would be literally on fire as he was bringing it in. He loved it incinerated.
It doesn't necessarily rob it of its flavor. It just adds a new flavor to it and a new texture as well. But,
right.
A couple of weeks ago, I had just this amazing thing that happened to me where I cooked a bag of microwave popcorn, and as it turns out, only one kernel went unpopped in the entire thing. Now, that doesn't happen if you don't have a few burnt pieces of popcorn, and I like burnt popcorn.
Okay, I'll go with you. Now, I don't like
Not
burnt,
all.
No.
I don't like burnt popcorn. I like the half popped kernels.
That too.
They're
Those
fun
are
to
the
play
best.
with.
But you like burned popcorn?
Yeah, so
Ew.
yeah, I know, but not like all of it burned. It's almost like if 1/3 of the bag was burned, I'd be
So,
okay with that.
Will you take a whole fistful of completely burned popcorn, or just some regular pieces need to be in with the burned popcorn?
I usually I eat popcorn one at a time. Yeah, I don't do fistfuls of popcorn.
One little thing at a time.
It's a great Clint Eastwood film, A Fistful of Popcorn.
Fistful of popcorn.
I got two burnt meats that are I'm all right with. I don't order them this way, but I know a lot of people do, including my girlfriend. Burnt like crispy bacon. Like
crispy bacon.
Overcooked, but like
that's a good one.
She takes it to another level.
She likes it burned like
she likes
black?
it burnt, yeah. So like if it comes in and there's any little rubbery parts or whatever, she sends it back. And then another one that I'm all right with. I won't order it this way, but like burnt hot dog over a campfire. If they're
yes,
charred,
charred hot dog.
Yep.
I prefer not that way, but if it comes out that way, I'll be all right with it.
So that's got a burned exterior. So a hot dog is already cooked. It's
Right.
already it's not. You don't need to cook it through, so you can
Traffic
get
on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your first opportunity at winning $1,000 today.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
Olympia Maze Balls.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
All right, that word is bracket. I'll spell it for you. B-R-A-C-K-E-T. All right, bracket. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that, and you can do it through the MMR app. You can also do it through WMMR.com, or you can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So again, the word is bracket. You need to enter that now. Let's officially make it Friday.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Pella Windows and Doors. Spring is, of course, time to save on windows from Pella, and you can save $15 off your project and 0% interest for 12 months. So visit PellaPhilly.com. We'll start with this story out of England. A man who bought a $35,000 car to replace the one that he had stolen has discovered that he has accidentally bought back his own stolen car.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Ewan Valentine woke up to find his car, a black Honda Civic, had disappeared from his drive overnight.
I have the same air freshener.
After informing police and his insurers, he started looking for a replacement. Steve, it's kind of how this happened.
Is it really?
He found one that looked identical. It was about 70 miles away, but after he bought it, he noticed similar items in the vehicle.
Oh, geez.
It was then that he realized he had bought his stolen car. He also found his previous address in the car's navigation system.
Oh, man.
He told the BBC that he was gutted when his car was stolen and he was determined to replace it with the same model. He said it's sort of a midlife crisis car and you don't get many of those. So I was pretty determined to get it replaced before one day I have to get a sort of family car. I spotted one that was the identical, same color, same year, same slightly obnoxious exhaust system on it as well. And it fit the bill. He paid, like I said, about $35,000 for the replacement, and he bought it at a reputable garage, but upon driving it home, he started to get suspicious. He said, I started to notice things like a single tent peg and some Christmas tree pines and a Mars bar wrapper and things that they hadn't cleaned out.
Man, they didn't take any precautions.
He said they did actually. He said all very similar to what you could have found in my stolen car. He said despite the car having a new number plate and lower mileage.
Okay, so they did that.
Suspicions were confirmed that he later discovered his and his parents' addresses in the history of the built-in navigation system.
So legally was able to do anything?
He said, I nearly crashed, to be honest, because I was in shock. My hands were shaking. My heart was pounding. He took the vehicle to a Honda garage, and they informed the police, who said that they could not believe that he had bought his own car and suspected it was stolen to order by unidentified thieves. The first Honda technician, he said, pulled out the physical key of the original smart key, puts it straight in the door and unlocks it. He said, yep, that's your car.
Wow.
You could see signs where they've tampered with things and removed VIN numbers and replaced other ones and things like that. He believes the garage that he bought the car from was also duped, and he now hoped to get his money and deposit back for the vehicle. So he's following through on that to see if there's anything he can do about it.
He's owed that.
There's another car story. A seaside Massachusetts town appears to have fallen prey to an overzealous pileated woodpecker that damaged more than 20 vehicles. For weeks, locals have dealt with broken car windshields and side mirrors, and resident Janelle Favellaro was able to catch a photo of the culprit, which is a large crow-sized bird whacking away at vehicles. She said, we seem to have a vandal in our neighborhood. I'm describing him as 18 to 24 inches tall, wearing black and white with a red hat. She said the woodpecker is responsible for damaging at least 25 cars. Said it showed up and landed on the windshield wipers of my RV in our front yard and was looking at its reflection. And we were like, you know what? I bet he's the one that damaged it.
You bastard.
So a bird expert said this time of year is breeding season. So all these male birds are getting into very aggressive territorial courtship display. If they see the reflections, They don't understand it's a reflection, and they think it's a competitor.
Okay, got it.
By the way, we have right now we have a woodpecker that's out in our backyard.
Oh, really?
I love it.
They're pretty amazing.
I love hearing that sound. It is so cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. This warning is a terrible, horrible, horrible story.
All right.
A 4-year-old girl was found alone in a New York apartment where she had reportedly been living alongside the bodies of her dead mom and brother for at least 2 weeks. Jeez. 4 years old.
Yeah.
The girl named Promise Cotton was rescued from a Bronx apartment on Friday after her concerned grandfather, Hubert, had sent another family member to investigate the situation. Hubert reportedly sent his eldest granddaughter to see what was wrong, and she found that Promise was there and the bodies. She said apparently Promise survived by feeding herself with chocolate. After finding the 4-year-old alone and starving on her mom's bed, the unnamed relative then grabbed her and fled the building before alerting police.
What happened to the adults?
Police responded to 911. Upon arrival, they found a woman and a male unconscious and unresponsive inside the location. The brother was only 8 years old. They identified them as Promise's mother, Lisa, and older brother, Nazir. Promise was transported to a local hospital after further medical evaluation. One of the family's neighbors, Sabrina, said that the mother and son were dead for at least 2 weeks before the bodies were discovered. Neighbors also informed the outlet that both police and child services had visited the apartment earlier in the week while Promise was trapped inside but left without entering the apartment.
What prompted that visit?
They were here ringing people's bells the day before the wellness check, according to a neighbor. I don't know, Steve.
Man.
So the causes of death have not yet been determined, though sources say the police believe that Lisa may have died from cardiac arrest, while Nazir, who was born prematurely and used a feeding tube, may have starved to death.
It's horrible. You're right. That is a horrible story.
No arrest, and the investigation remains ongoing. That is just terrible, terrible story. All right, so we need something a little bit lighter than that to end the bizarre file
levity
with.
sorbet.
So Billy, a woman's body care brand, has launched a new advertising campaign in New York City to promote its aluminum-free deodorant.
Oh, Billy.
There are posters up around the city showing an enormous armpit, letting people. It actually has scratch and sniff on it.
Really?
To get a sample of their fragrance of the new deodorant.
That's pretty wild.
The campaign is getting a lot of attention, including from some curious noses. The posters are set up to be running through May 16th.
What about their anal wart cream?
So there's plenty of time for everyone to make a trip to New York City and smell someone's armpit in the name of marketing. As a bonus, there are multiple scents, so people can smell several different armpits during that campaign. So, yeah, you walk up. It's
next to the...
You scratch it and you smell it.
The Vagisil billboard.
There you go. All right. They still make Vagisil?
No.
Kathy?
Yeah,
They do.
Yeah.
It seems like an old, Brill cream, like an old thing that's not made anymore.
No, they definitely still
right.
make it.
My buddy Danny used to use it on his chafed butt.
Really? Vagisil?
Vagisil.
Oh, really?
That's you can rub it under your nose in Major League, and it'll help you with your spitball.
Is that what he used? Vagisil?
Vagisil. Rub a little jalapeno up there.
Oh, that's funny.
Put snot on the ball.
You put snot on the ball?
Oh, my God. All right, that's your B file. Ladies and gents, we have a guest who is in the studio, and when we say his name, you will know why he is here. So we're excited to welcome back our good friend, Mr. Scott Keenan. Yeah, baby. What's up, Scotty?
How you doing, gang?
Nice
Doing
to
great.
see you, sir. How are you?
Doing well.
Wonderful. So, yes, obviously warmer weather. We're inching up on that time of the year, and it's time to head back to your establishment, Keenan's Irish Pub.
Yeah, this is our 26th season.
Wow. So what major reconfiguration have you done to the place that's going to throw us off when we show up this time?
We didn't really do anything this year.
Okay.
We're going to go back to the basics and run our small little corner bar on Old New Jersey Avenue.
Small little corner.
Yeah. Hey, how small was Keenan's Irish Pub when you first opened?
When we bought it in 1999, it was 7,500 square feet.
What is it?
It was just the main section in the back. Now we're 25,000 square feet.
25,000.
And 10,000 square feet of parking space.
More than triple the size.
Yeah, we were outside under an awning when we first were doing it. Yeah, and now it's the entire friggin' block and the street. When we're there, everything's closed off.
Yeah, having that street party capability is pretty awesome. That's been going on for a few years now, right?
Since COVID, they did that, but this year there's no drinking on the sidewalk, but the street still is blocked.
Okay. It is blocked. All right. I left our giant beach ball there last year. You guys still have that?
Oh, yeah, it's on the roof.
Okay, it's still there?
Yeah, it's on his roof.
It's in the car.
Right. So, all right, when are we doing this? When are we doing this this event?
Memorial Day Friday. Tradition continues.
All right, what is the date? Anybody know that date?
It's 1 month from today.
Yeah.
All right, so we're headed back to Keenan's Irish Pub, and this year, our sponsor is Coors Banquet.
Ooh.
Coors Banquet. For many years, it was Coors Light. This
Would
year,
you like a Coors Banquet?
Coors Banquet, which, by the way, is Johnny's favorite beer on Cobra Kai. It's all he drinks on that show.
They will have to do something Cobra Kai related at the event.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, right?
Most definitely. And so, yeah, what's going on that weekend, Scott? Because we always ask you about that.
That's a crazy weekend. All weather driven, as we all know.
Yeah.
Last year was great weather. But we have the usual. We have Masquerade there. We have FM Band, the Giuliano Brothers. And, we think, since it was a good year for sports season, maybe we'll bring a little bit of hardware down here for your 20th anniversary with the special guest dropping that off.
Oh, nice.
We're
Okay,
totally
'cause
official.
we had hardware there before, and somebody had laid brains on it and didn't let me know that they laid brains on it until after I kissed it.
I mean, they put their nutsack on it? And then you kissed it?
And then I kissed it.
Wow.
This time, kiss the nutsack and then let them rub it on.
Wow. Yeah, so obviously we tear it up while we were there. There's a lot going on. We have we fill the morning with contests for people that are there live. We try to give you an idea of what's happening if you can't make it. But I mean, there's a space for a couple thousand people.
You've obviously seen this go down every year when we've done it, Scott. And I'm sure you've told people what it's like. And they think they have an understanding of what it's like. And then if they show up, you can see their eyes roll white. They can't believe what's going on. It's unlike any event throughout the year. Keenan's stands as a completely off-the-charts event, right? I mean, for you, it's got to be, if not one of the biggest, the biggest.
Absolutely. It is the biggest event. You still get those butterflies before you open those doors. It's like going into a game.
Yeah.
But, the most important thing is you create events.
Yeah.
And we create events for people's 21st birthdays. It's people, we have 75-year-old ladies celebrating their birthdays, flashing you guys. that was my mother.
It's what I really do. There's so many things that I love about the event, but one of the things I do love is the age disparity in the audience.
Yeah.
You get kids that
first 21, right?
Sorry to call you a kid, but 21-year-olds who are who've heard this for years and years, and finally they can get to go, and they're there with grandma. They're there. I love it. It's and everybody gets along so good. Everybody's in the best mood.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
That is, what I get a kick out of is you guys don't see the behind the scenes stuff that's going on, but when you go into the quote unquote backstage area of Keenan's Irish Pub. The amount of prep work that they've done to get ready for the weekend
it's
is on full
astonishing.
display.
Yeah.
The beer, all the limes and lemons that are cut up for the bartenders, and all this stuff in these bar backs. How many people do you have working on that day, do you think?
That morning we have about 80.
80 people.
So,
oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
The amazing part is that you walk in and if you go outside and you walk around, you sense obviously the volume of people there, but I never feel like this is too much. It's all managed well. There's enough breathing room.
You have a tons of space. You have a lot of indoor space, and then you have a really great, sexy outdoor space as well.
Yeah, well, I had a lot of years to mess it up.
Right.
Practice makes
Finally
perfect.
got it right.
In
Yeah,
26 years. I mean,
do you guys have any favorite moments that come to mind? I know I'm putting you on the spot because there's too many memories, and we've been doing it for...
I
I
forget.
know you have least favorite ones.
Wheel of haircuts every year.
Wheel of haircuts?
Because the commitment, especially for someone with long hair and especially a woman, to go into Memorial Day weekend and getting their head shaved in whatever pattern we decide is going to be funny, to me, that's a really great, dedicated listener. I love wheel of haircuts.
Two things for me. It would be the wheel of tattoos and the super large penis tattooed on the guy's thigh. But also, I forget who the player was, one of the Eagles. No, Backstreet Boys.
Backstreet Boys. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
No, it was...
NSYNC?
No. New Kids on the
Earlier,
Block.
yeah, OGs.
Yeah.
New Kids on
Who
the Block.
was it?
It was Danny and Jordan.
That's it.
Were the two that came
That
by.
was awesome.
And that was a blast. So here's a little one. This was less stunty, big and flashy and messy. But the year that we did, that we shaved guys' chest hair to look like bikini tops. I thought that was a lot of fun. That was one of my
Do you know
favorite
what also
moments.
stands in my mind? I forget which Eagle player it was, but it came out. And this guy who's, at the time, I forget who it was, but you're going to a stadium. That's your job. And you're surrounded by, thousands and thousands of exuberant fans. And this guy walks in and his jaw drops like, what the hell is this?
Was
And
it Selleck?
It might have been
I was gonna say,
Selleck's first
he
time out.
was surprised when he came, like the first time out. He was like, I didn't know this is what I was walking into.
Yeah. Yep. It's you never know how it's going to turn out. We do know it's over the top as always. And we're going to start kicking around some ideas of what we want to do.
Well, we already know we're going to do the diarrhea dunk tank. So that's...
Ready for that, Scott? Yeah, that was great.
That was one time where you were like, I don't think I'm going to invite you back next year.
I have some good ones and bad ones, but starting off the day with Matt singing the national anthem, that always gives everybody a jump start. First and foremost. But some of my bad ones was the dunk tank, and when the cops pulled me outside and said, "You're not really shooting people in the ass, there, are you?"
Oh yeah, with a BB gun.
Yeah,
we didn't know the.
New Jersey's got some strict rules about guns and even replica guns. So
Even like water guns.
we didn't know that.
We did not know.
Yeah.
No.
And
But you learn.
You learn.
Yeah. Listen, if we don't get chastised, we don't learn, right? So,
Right.
and it does happen from time to time. We did some stuff outside a little while back that we got a little bit of a ration of crap for, but whatever, man. So we're getting ourselves set for this. Anything going on in that weekend that you want to mention as well, Scott, at Keenan's?
No, it's just a lot of new faces, a lot of new people. The biggest question on Memorial Day weekend is, excuse me, sir, where's your bathroom at?
Yeah.
So they haven't been there yet. So.
Right, yeah.
One of my favorite post Keenan's event was we came back from that weekend and somebody had sent us a picture of like 2 or 3 people passed out on somebody's front lawn, and the caption they sent was, "You guys broke North Wildwood." Just to let you know, because it was from later that day. So, all right, man. Well, all right. But anything else as far as the bar goes that you want to mention? Events coming up or things that you've done? Or
Well, we went old school this year. We're bringing back a couple old school traditional Wildwood bands like Love Seed Mama Jump.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Love Seed?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We got Beer 30. Going to play there a few times.
Chuck's band.
Chuck's band. Yeah.
We got Chuck coming down there. And we got a couple old school bands that we're just finalizing right now. We went back to traditional.
Okay.
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Love Seat Mama Jump was like my shore days. That's when, you would rent the house with 30 people, shove in, and then go to the bar and listen to them play.
I didn't know they were still together. Well, are they?
I hope so. I hired them.
They better be.
All right. Well, listen. Here's what you can do. We have a chance for you to win the most coveted coveted Keenan's prize.
A single one is a keen eye.
Cut the Line passes, a VIP table for 4 people with a bucket of Coors Banquet, by the way,
Nice.
and a case of Coors Banquet for your beach house. How are we giving that away, Casey?
Okay, you got to click on contest at WMMR.com, and we will. You have until the end of the show today.
Oh.
And at the end of the show today, we will announce a winner. Now, in addition to that, Nick and I actually are going to be at Keenan's the night before Eggs with Peg, and we will have a Cut the Line passes there as well. So we will be there from 7 to 9 on May 24th.
You and I did that a few years ago. It's
22nd.
fun. The 22nd is
my bad.
22nd is the night that Casey and I are going to be. The Friday the 23rd is the Preston and Steve show the morning. So 4 weeks from today, Friday, May 23rd. But yeah, the night before, Thursday from 7 to 9 is a good time. So if you get down to the shore early and want to come see me and Casey and win one of those passes, you can do so.
Excellent. All right. Well, it's all at WMMR.com, PrestonandSteve.com. Get the information, but sign up for that now. Click contest WMMR.com, and it's your chance to win that Cut the Line pass and the VIP table and all the beer from Coors. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Scott, thank you for being here.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
We'll see you in about a month. Scott Keenan! Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood, New Jersey. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Join the MM Army and Steve Morrison this Saturday for an MM Barbecue ticket raid at the Boozy Mutt from 5 to 7. We'll give away a pair of physical tickets every 15 minutes. You heard that right. Physical tickets. Then on Sunday, join the MM Army for another MM Barbecue ticket raid at Rita's in Rockledge from 1 to 3. Enjoy 93-cent kids water ice while we give away a pair of physical tickets every 15 minutes. Details at WMMR.com/events.
The outside and the middle will be, not rare,
Yes.
but it's not, you haven't baked all the flavor out of it. So I'm with you on that.
All right.
As you guys are talking, I can't really think of anything that I would prefer burnt or a little burnt. But isn't there something, doesn't it release something that's not good for you when you burn something?
There has been studies that say
Carcinogens.
that it creates things that are not necessarily good for your body. And that I think
That's why
I think meat more specifically, if I recall correctly.
My tumors are always
Stop it.
Rare.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so here are some of the respondents, and feel free to call in if you want to add something to this list, 215-263-WMMR. Roasted or grilled ears of corn.
I know a lot of people like corn well done. Would it be you?
On the grill.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it gets a little bit of black on there, I think that's yummy. And this person even add some lemon or lime juice, chili powder, and salt to top it off.
Or propane.
That sounds pretty damn good. Another one says most vegetables taste better with a nice char.
I'll agree with that. Like,
Either like asparagus.
Asparagus.
Brussels sprout.
Brussels sprouts, yeah.
Nummy.
I like to throw stuff right on the grill and cook them that way.
Oh,
Yes,
potatoes?
Brussels sprouts you can bake. Yeah, potatoes.
Well, and also home fries. We're looking at what appears to be home fries or something of that nature on the screen. But yeah, a little bit burnt. Onions, a little bit burnt.
Yes.
When you do the vegetables on the grill, do you do it with foil underneath, or you go right on the grill?
You usually right on the grill. I'll get things that won't fall through.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah.
I use a splayed squirrel.
Asparagus is tough. So if you get the little skinny ones, you're having a hard time with
Sons
it.
of bitches.
So if and asparagus is like, it's luck of the draw when you go to the store.
I know.
You don't know what you're going to get.
I love
You're going to get those
asparagus.
little pencil ones that suck.
Yeah.
Or you get the nice, big, thick, veiny ones.
Yeah.
The John Holmes
Put 'em in your
version.
mouth.
Yeah, give it nice and veiny.
Those are the best.
11 inches.
All right. Now, this one I find a little bit odd on this list of food that tastes better burnt. They say any tacos.
Huh.
The best are served in tortillas that float off the burner in flames. So I assume they're meaning a flour tortilla.
Yeah.
Which you can, you can make quesadillas on the grill and stuff like that.
So that I could see something like I've had a slightly burnt pita.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's good as well.
So, but I don't know about corn tortillas.
It's like a chuppah.
Which you might call a chuppah. This also, another one says breakfast sausage.
Where are the sausages?
Yeah, in the bacon and sausage realm, you can burn those suckers up, and I'm fine.
Oh, pork roll too. Oh, and also scrapple. Am I the only scrapple lover on the show here?
I'll take it.
I prefer spam.
Love it.
My new revelation with scrapple, because I'd always preferred it burned, is smushed then burned.
Smushed.
Almost
then burned.
like a smash burger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Smush that
And
down.
yes, if I'm going to eat scrapple, I would prefer it to have a harder consistency around it. It can be a little bit soft on the inside, but crunchy on the outside.
Yeah.
Well, when I was a kid, I've mentioned this a number of times, my mother would have to burn the hell out of pork chops for me to eat them. I couldn't stand them, even remotely spongy, and I loved them.
How about now?
Don't eat them at all.
Okay. I'm going to go to Kim. Food that tastes better burned. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Kim. All right. So what do you think?
I would say marshmallows over a fire when you're making a s'more.
Okay. Literally light it on fire?
Yes, and then blow it out, peel off the outside skin, eat that, and do it again.
So you'll peel off the black stuff.
Yeah.
And then put it on your s'more.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then do it again and kind of layer it up.
Kim, I'm right with you on that because it just comes right off. It's this it's a crispy skin, and it's wonderful. I do like that.
I'm not big on roasting marshmallows anymore. I used to be as a kid, but I do have a method now when I do it that will get them golden brown. And I prefer them that way.
Do you know what's I bring it up? They're a local company, but they're called Tuck-Ins, and they have they're so good because it's all in one. The s'more, everything is contained within it's like a lollipop thing with its own stick,
right?
And it's just delicious.
Press, are you not going to share your method here, or?
Oh, it's just it's finding the right distance from the open flame.
Okay.
And rotisserie, kind of just twirling it the whole time.
A golden brown is the best.
Is the best? Yeah. All right, good. I'll make one for you sometime. Let's see here. Somebody says on this list, corned beef hash. Oh, man. Crispy and crunchy corned beef hash with a runny egg on top is one of my favorite meals.
I haven't had corned beef hash, but I think I want to try it.
So good.
Is it?
So good. You know where you can get it? Secret Breakfast Place.
Okay.
I had it when we were there.
Is this now? Have you guys revealed the name of the Secret Breakfast Place?
No. The only way you can learn about Secret Breakfast Place is if we take you. I can't tell you where it is. So
this is Casey's rule. He wouldn't tell me where it was.
It's like Fight Club.
We finally had a free morning at the shore to spend time together.
Okay.
And I said, you got to take me to the to the Secret Breakfast Place.
Put this burlap bag over your head.
Yeah.
And it was pretty awesome, I have to admit.
What if somebody takes you guys?
It's a greasy spoon. It's a hole in the wall. What do you mean if somebody takes us?
Takes you out to breakfast. Like, will you reveal it to them? Like, you're saying you have to take them, but if somebody offers to take you out to breakfast,
you could take them to the Secret Breakfast Place.
Do they have to do the thing that Steve said with the blindfold?
A burlap bag over the head in the back of a van.
Hit me over the head with a hammer.
You just need an escort.
That's it. And so don't email me. Don't. I can only take.
You don't want to ruin this. It's something that you guys have.
Yeah.
But I told you though we were there, and Casey told the server that his method, and she's like, "Oh no, you can tell everyone about this place." Because we want them to come here.
Seating is limited.
A secret. We're hanging on by a thread.
But he is right. It's only a bar. That's it.
Okay.
It's the only place you can sit is at the counter. There are no tables. There are no seats anywhere, and that's all. It's that small.
And don't go there if you've got a party of 6 because you'll never sit together.
You'll never sit together. We didn't. Yeah, we got lucky.
How many seats at this counter?
20 maybe.
No, I'd say 14 tops.
Maybe let's go 15.
Okay. Just okay.
All right.
That's closer to 14 now.
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Morning, it.
Morning. All right. What's better? What tastes better? Burnt.
Soft pretzels.
Soft pretzels?
Yeah, you get them extra burnt and salty. My brother used to work for Bernie's Pretzels in the Bazaar.
Wait a minute. Casey just shot.
Shooting.
Bernie's is.
Casey just shot.
A guy would come in and just order. He'd tell him to leave him in the oven.
God
make
damn.
another cycle.
Bitch.
And I got into it like that. So, and Casey, you want extra burnt scrapple? Put it in an air fryer.
Dude, okay. So my buddy Jeff, he told me about air frying scrapple. He's got the perfect combination. I haven't tried it yet.
Fries.
Kind of like French fries, Air fryers for fries are awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about just
burnt up
scrapple in there and let it burn.
Oh, I like that, man. All right, cool.
All right, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. By the way, Bernie's, there are a few places that are like Delco. Like if you were to go the top 5 Delco food places, Bernie's is probably top 3 at least.
But there's a small chain called Bernie's. It's not that, right?
No. So Bernie's used to be
thinking
sold.
of H&R Block.
Yeah,
No.
Bernie's was at the Bazaar, and I don't know if they also were in where they're at now, which is in Alden. But they're in Alden now, like on Providence Road. But that was the OG.
Bernie's is top 3 restaurants of all time, Delaware County.
Fooderies. I wouldn't even call it a restaurant.
Okay, so not.
It's a place that serves food for consumption where you can come in and sit down, but I wouldn't call it a restaurant.
Well, I don't know if you. I don't know if. No, I mean it's just a place where you go and you get your pretzels and you get a bag of pretzels and.
It's a standalone.
It's a standalone.
Okay, because the one that I'm thinking of, there's one in Glenside.
But you don't go there for dinner.
No, it's a soft pretzel place.
Oh, okay, all right. But it's one of the top 3 fooderies.
Fooderies in Delco, so it would
They
be
take reservations.
Bernie's. I don't think so. Bernie's, like Charlie's. I would throw Zach's in there as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
As a foodery,
not
as a restaurant.
Yeah.
What would restaurants? Any idea, or do you go to some of the finer dining in Delaware County or not?
Fine dining in Delaware County?
Okay, never mind. That's a stupid question. Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Kyle, you're on the air. Good morning. Yo,
Good
Kyle,
morning.
what's
Sorry
up,
about
buddy?
you guys at work.
Oh, it's okay, Kyle.
It's all good. What's up, man?
Hey, sorry, cutting out a bit.
No problem.
For me, home fries and hush puppies.
Home fries, in the potato realm, I agree 1,000%. A burn on that. Hush puppies, I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I like well done, crunchy hush puppies. Not a bad idea, Kyle. Very good.
You're talking about the food, not the shoe.
I'd wait for your response, but it's going to take 20 seconds. But thank you for the call.
Well,
I think it's our phone lines, by the way. It was happening yesterday with callers that were calling in. I think there's a
Really?
slight delay.
Okay,
Yeah.
there might be. Marisa pulled up some suggestions from the texts, which are people that prefer certain foods burned. Grilled pineapple. Kathy, you're all over that.
Oh, dear God.
She hates cooked fruit.
I love grilled pineapple.
I love pineapple, though. I love pineapple.
You ever had it grilled?
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
good. It's even sweeter.
I used to despise pineapple. You know why? Because I was getting canned pineapple. When you get fresh pineapple, it's a world of difference.
Peppers and onions cooked over charcoal, someone says.
I love to eat charcoal.
ABBA. And I guess, charcoal does give you a flavor. It gives you a certain flavor in the food. All right, so this was on the list, and somebody had texted in about this. Burnt Cheez-Its are great.
Oh, really? Oh, well, they have the extra dark cheeses.
And I think that's what they're referring to. So there are ones that are like well done or extra toasty. That's what they're called. I have not had those.
I do those, and I also do the extra dark pretzels. And I believe Butts is the only one that does those.
But that would fall under the same umbrella that the caller said.
With the soft pretzels.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you have burned onions and home fries. There you go,
Yeah,
Steve.
man.
Toast.
Yeah.
No.
I can take a little bit of a burn on a toast. Yeah.
Not I. I think it. For me personally, it crosses over a line of bitter, and I don't want. I don't.
Toast
I don't
is
want
one of
that
those
in my
words that
bread.
could be singular or plural, right? I like some toasts.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't say
Just
toast.
Yeah.
How many pieces?
Pieces of toast.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your toasts?
Be the same thing with bread, I guess. Can I have some breads? Various breads.
I do
I
like
guess you
how
could.
some toasts are dessert-like and some are meal-like.
Like ones with raisins and cinnamon?
Cinnamon raisins.
Which, by the way, is
Yeah,
great,
for
too.
real.
And toast that bread?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, here's one. I like to do this from time to time. Charred lettuce, believe it or not.
Oh.
So you take a head of romaine lettuce. Just think about that for a minute. You get some olive oil on it. You throw it on the grill.
All right.
And then you add your dressing to it afterwards, which a lot of times you can make your own, maybe just a little lemon and oil and salt and pepper for a really light dressing, or you can do like a Caesar or something like that. It's fantastic.
Really?
Excellent. Yeah. What noise are you making?
I'm not. No, there was a squeak of a microphone stand.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm getting backlogged with stuff, and I apologize for the things that I haven't had enough time to get to. Events that are coming up. I got to mention the Take Steps walk for Crohn's and colitis.
Yeah.
I've been hosting this event for I think 10 years now, and it's going to be it's changing. It used to be on a Sunday. And this year, it's the day before the MMRBQ, Friday, May 9th.
Oh, nice.
And it's in the evening. It's normally like a morning/afternoon
That's a big change,
event.
yeah.
And this will be at Citizens Bank Park. So it's a really, really cool event. And obviously, my youngest has Crohn's disease, so it's something that's very personal to me. And you can get your team signed up now. And do a search on the Take Steps Crohn's and Colitis walk.
So you're hosting that the night before the barbecue?
The night before
You got a busy weekend, my friend.
There were like 2 or 3 other. That's why I'm not going to go to the Truist golf event.
Yeah.
I've had an invite to go, but I'm already doing Friday and Saturday
It's too
and
much.
Thursday. And it's too much going on. So, but anyhow, you can do the takesteps.crohnscolitisfoundation.org. Do we have it on PrestonSteve.com
Not yet, but
yet?
we'll
Nick?
make sure we get it posted
If
for
you
you.
could.
Oh, we have a website?
I'd appreciate. We have a phone.
theory.
We have a phone.
Yeah.
That hasn't worked, by the way, with the additional technological advancement.
Let me see if we can take a call right now. Hang on here. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. All right. So, by
We're
the
right
way,
here in the room with you.
so we have that Rodney came in. He started to set up a phone cord, which I'm showing on the YouTube camera right now. And we taped it to the antique phone that Steve bought me.
It works.
Listen,
man.
sometimes
See
you
if it would work.
patch things together, but it's working.
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, I can hear you clear as a bell.
What do they
It's
say?
amazing, isn't
Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid. That's
Yep.
what we
Yep.
did.
Yep.
My wife and father-in-law were driving together the other day, and they were tuning into the show, and he was cracking up at this phone bit. He thought he thought it was the funniest thing he's heard in a really long time. So, Bob, that one's for you, bud.
I mean, we're a radio show that takes phone calls for Christ's sake.
we're not.
No, we're not. And haven't
Actually,
been.
just a radio show now.
Yeah, haven't been for a couple of months, it seems like now.
it seems like.
All right. Well, it is time. It's a Friday. It's Connoisseur.
Where's your bell?
I'm getting.
Come on, man.
I can't do it until you. There it is. There we go.
It's time for the Connoisseur.
Yes, and the Connoisseur is presented by Acme, the official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. We'll be giving away $50 Acme Markets gift cards, along with the food clips, the movie clips about food that we will play in a moment or two. But I'll dive into a couple of things before we get that first story. So here we go. First one out of Philadelphia, and I got this from philly.eater.com. And Melissa McCart had written this article, but it is some of the new restaurants opening in Philly this month. And so there's 3 to mention. There's one in Queen Village. In fact, I believe a couple of these are already open. Yes, this is now open. It's called Casa Nostra. La Casa Nostra.
Oh, that's right next to Settle in Hong Kong.
So the BYOB Italian restaurant features a menu of starters like eggplant rollatini, antipasto, and crab cakes, gnocchi, and risotto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kong Kong.
Thank you. And
That's a departure for an Italian restaurant.
Kong Kong?
Kong Kong.
Average costs are $30 to $50. Reservations available on Open Table, and they're located at 775 South Front Street.
And so the principle is you go in, you order the food, and you can eat it there.
Yeah, that's kind of how the concept works.
Wow.
Yes.
Whoa.
Then in South Philly, there's a takeout-only place called South Sichuan.
So in this case, you are not invited to come in and eat.
No, this is takeout only.
Okay.
It is open, and they serve an array of regional dishes, including cold sesame noodles, beef noodle soup, lo mein, 3-cup chicken, and mapo tofu. There's also a choose a protein section that allows customers to pick among cumin, black bean, salt and pepper, and kung pao seasonings.
Kong Kong.
She is honestly her culinary abilities span the globe.
There needs
from
to be
Italian to Chinese.
There needs to be Kong Kong chicken.
Yeah.
If there's
Kong Kong.
if there's Kung Pao chicken,
There's got to be Kong Kong chicken.
Kong Kong chicken.
Made the way Nell would make it, finding it at the side of the road.
By the way, South Sichuan is located at 1548 South 19th
That's
Street.
it. We need Nell's roadkill cook. Kong Kong. What am I
Kong
eating
Kong.
here?
Nell's Roadkill Cafe.
Roadkill Cafe. Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
There was I just saw this week. There's a Chinese food place that is right around the corner from here in West Philadelphia. And the gentleman who owns it, he's an African-American chef restaurateur, and he does his own sort of take on classic Chinese food dishes.
Right.
And I saw it, and I was like, okay, I need to get there. So, like...
it looks good?
It looks good. Yeah, it looks good.
Okay.
It looks good.
So would that qualify as fusion?
Yeah. Most likely, yeah.
Marissa,
Casey, is
knows.
it called Black Dragon?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The food that he makes is so damn good. He's been making it for a while. I'm like drawing a blank on his name right now. Kurt
Bruce
Evans.
Leroy.
Kurt Evans is his name. He's been opening this place for years. It finally opened up, and the food is phenomenal.
Oh. All right. Excellent. Black Dragon.
Let's go.
All right.
Casey, let's make a date.
Let's go.
All right, one more. In University City, neurosurgeon Hamza Shaikh and his wife Farah Khan have opened up Haraz Coffee House, the first Yemeni coffee house in the city. And the inspiration came from their visit to a Yemeni coffee house in Paterson, New Jersey.
I love their slogan, Yemeni is Yemeni.
They are franchising the location with Hamza Nazir, the founder of Haraz. And the chain comes from Dearborn, Michigan, and now has 26 locations.
Do you think we're dealing with, in this case, a more potent coffee, like a Greek coffee? Like
I have no idea what Yemeni coffee is like.
Okay.
Anybody ever had it? What's that?
I'm sure it's like Arabic coffee. It's strong.
Okay.
It's from One Yemen Road, Yemen.
That Greek coffee.
Greek coffee's potent.
My brother's mother-in-law used to make it when she was alive, and my sister-in-law had a hard time drinking regular coffee after it.
It comes in a very small. Usually.
She used to make some drink. It was like she would shake coffee and something else, and it was over ice. I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, I'm talking about straight up hot.
Okay.
Greek coffee, potent.
By the way, so Haraz Coffee House is at 3421 Chestnut Street. if you're interested. So those are some new places that have opened or are opening soon.
I should get more adventurous. I should try. Hey, look, I did sushi.
Yeah, you
That's
did.
pretty cool.
You're working on it.
I'm trying. Maybe Yemeni coffee's next.
So I just, because I was interested in what this coffee was, it's one of the most expensive coffees in the world.
Oh,
Yemeni coffee is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the high production cost, strong demand, limited spaces.
What monkey craps those beans
I
out?
know.
It's got to be imported as well. Yeah. So, all right. Let's play a clip. See if we can identify what movie this food clip is from. Here we go.
Hug it out. Luisa can't lift an empanada. Mariano's nose looks like a smashed papaya. Have you lost your mind?
Okay. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. If you do, you need to text Zoom to 610-660-9333 for today's link. We'll send that to you. You click on that, and then we'll see if you can get through. Or you can just drive by One Ballot Plaza and just yell it out your car window.
Throw rocks at our
In the meantime, another story. Oh, no. Sorry. Stop.
Wait.
Huh? Got to play another clip. Oh. No. We got to get a winner first. What? See, I'm all out of whack.
Hang on. You just did the clip.
Yeah, give it a minute.
You just gave the Zoom link number.
Yes.
Now it's time for another story.
Yes. My fault.
All right, we're good.
My fault. All right, Kathy.
Wait, I think I'm, all right.
Yeah.
If it's what I think it is, I'm ready.
Khloe Kardashian, okay, is throwing her hat into the protein snack ring with the launch of Cloud Protein Popcorn. Kathy is eating actual popcorn in the studio like Khloe Kardashian.
I saw this story.
Yeah, you saw it already?
Is that protein popcorn that you're eating, or
No,
just regular?
no, it's
Okay.
Wise. I think from our vending machine.
Hang
Thank
on.
you, Marissa.
I want to video you on my own phone, so I will always have this with me. Can you please do that?
This is from that horrible commercial she did where she was sitting with her kids eating popcorn with her talons.
That's so good.
Yeah. Oh my God! Well,
Thank
look at it. So it's Cloud spelled KHLO.
Yeah, which is confusing.
Stop it!
You don't want to do that.
And by the way, again, in this picture, she looks nothing like herself.
So it's a high protein take on everyone's favorite movie night munch. Each serving comes with 7 grams of protein, thanks to something that she calls cloud dust, KHLOUD dust. A proprietary seasoning mix fortified with milk protein isolate. And the popcorn is air popped. It's made from non-GMO, whole grain, Nebraska corn, gluten-free, kosher, and notably free of seed oils. Flavors include white cheddar, olive oil, and sea salt, and sweet and salty kettle corn. And the snack officially hits Target shelves and cloudfoods.com on April 29th.
So I think that you're seeing a lot of these protein snacks. There's protein chips, then other protein popcorn. I think because of the weight loss medications, because you're supposed to prioritize protein when you take them, right? So I've seen these protein snacks and new ones pop up all over the place.
To counter the weight loss
I don't
drug?
know. I'm
Yeah,
just
it could
wondering.
be.
Maybe
No,
that's
I mean,
it.
I don't necessarily know if those two are connected, but there definitely is an uptick in way to proteinize your stuff. You
Yeah.
have protein pasta now. Now there's
By the way, you can overdo protein.
Sure. Now there's also another way to make your pasta a little bit more protein rich by mixing in cottage cheese into the protein into the pasta sauce. So you puree the cottage cheese and it kind of creamy creams up the sauce.
Crematizes it?
Yeah, crematizes.
I had cottage cheese in my con-con.
Great idea.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
So, Con. By the way, there is a boom in protein-fueled popcorn. So it's been heating up with a lot of different brands. Kudo Snacks has its Sprouts with flavors like garlic parmesan and salty sweet. Icon Meals has carved out a space in gyms and supplement shops with their peanut butter vanilla protein popcorn. Kettle Brothers, Omaha, and I Want Organics are all crowding the shelves with their own protein-packed flavored popcorn options.
I've seen them. Obviously, I'm a massive popcorn fan.
Even All Max offers Hexapro protein popcorn, and that is a massive 40 grams of protein per
Jesus,
bag.
that's like you're eating a couple of Metrex bars.
So they're saying that Khloe is stepping into a crowded aisle, but she has strong branding, and it may do well. So we will have to see. Yeah.
Knock 'em dead, sweetie.
Thank you for that, Kathy. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Hug it out. Luisa can't lift an empanada. Mariano's nose looks like a smashed papaya. Have you lost your mind?
All right, we via Zoom are going to Jennifer. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning.
All right, Jennifer, can you name that movie?
It's Encanto.
Encanto! is correcto. Hang on a second because we're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. That means we have another clip to play. So let's see if you know what movie this one is from.
I'm going on a diet. What diet are you on? Eggs and grapefruit. Oh, I was on that one. Lots of luck. It's not so bad. How long you been on it? All day. All day. It's 1 o'clock.
All right, if you know the answer, text word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the link. Before I do the next story, this is more of a mention. It's from an email that I got from someone. This is from, doesn't say who's from. It just says from Comcast. So this is from a guy named Paul. He says, hey, Presbo, the next time you're in Westchester, please come down to D'Ascenzo's Gelato, located at 132 East Gay Street. And this is why he wants me to come by there. He says, we have Belgium butter cookie gelato made from Biscoff cookies.
Oh, that's
so
your.
funny.
He said,
That's your jam.
Love it. Said, thanks, been a listener. Thanks, been a listener since DRE, and that is from Paul. So I wanted to mention.
Save that. I want to take it. I'm going to Westchester this weekend. It's alumni weekend.
Okay, I'll save this for you.
Okay.
Excellent. All right, let's see. Order up. All right, this is a bit off the wall for the connoisseur, but it's an email that I got from a listener named Dana Dillon. She's a web content developer for QVC Group. And I might have to pull up the web page.
Oh, yeah.
Quick.
I have it, Press.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, she emailed me as well.
Okay, so it's a website that has a map where people can pin, who view this map, edible plants like fruits and so forth and nuts and so on that can be foraged by the public, and it's mostly in urban areas.
So you can go out and pluck something off a plant and eat it?
We have 2 trees right in our park, next to our parking lot.
What?
That are apparently fruit or nut-bearing trees that are on this map.
Yeah, it's called fallingfruit.org.
Yeah.
And it has edible trees, plants like fiddle figs all over the area. And if there's a way to tag that plant, then fallingfruit.org can let you know if whether or not it's edible.
That is cool because I have been licking the speed bump. But now that I know that there are other options out there, I will do that.
So they're right next to St. Asaph's Road. And if you zoom out on this, you will see, I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of different pinned locations.
If you click on it, will it tell you exactly what you're eating?
It will. So I'll tell you what's right outside here.
Yeah, I'm a little peckish.
Hang on a second here. I zoomed
I'd love
out
some parking lot food.
too far. Damn it. Oh, here we go. Hang on a second. Bella Kinwood. Like a dumbass, I scrolled out.
We can do it. It's on the big screen here, Press.
Okay, so yeah, if you could touch on one of those pins. So we have a stone fruit tree, which I do not know what stone fruit is like, but apparently it's edible. Go over to the other one if you could, please. And then, it disappeared. There it is. We have a eastern white pine tree.
Sounds delish.
So maybe it's pine nuts. I don't really know.
You ever eat a pine nut?
Touch on another one or two, and we'll see. There's a ginkgo biloba.
Okay.
There's a ginkgo tree, which you can get ginkgo biloba from.
They're stinky.
Are they stinky?
Ginky is stinky.
Oh, okay. There's a black locust tree. I don't know what fruit comes from some of these
They
trees.
should have them listed as sweet and savory and what meal they'd be appropriate with. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's the site again?
It's called Falling Fruit, Nick.
Yeah, fallingfruit.org.
And you can sign up real quick, and you can have access to the whole thing if you do it that way. But it's kind of an interesting thing that you might have food that you can actually forage nearby you.
It's the ultimate in al fresco dining.
Totally. Did you guys ever have fruit trees in your yard when you were a kid?
Yeah.
What did you have?
And as an adult, I had apple trees.
Okay, Kathy?
Apple.
And Steve?
Pear tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Case, did you have any?
Just crab apples, but you don't eat those.
No.
We had apple trees. My mom and sister, when they bought a house in Florida ages ago, that's the coolest because they had grapefruit, they had orange, and they had lemon.
Nice.
We had
In
a
the
grafted apple tree when I was a kid in the house in Paoli, and so it was 4 different types of apples coming off of one tree.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really neat.
what was I now I forget what I was going to
By
say.
the way, did any of these trees, while you're thinking of that, Kathy, did they draw bees?
Yes.
Well, especially when the fruit would fall.
Yes.
And it would rot.
And, and it would, yes, the would naturally attract a lot of bees.
Stinks.
My neighbors have fruit trees. They have a bunch of different ones. I don't know. I know there's an apple over there. I don't know exactly what they are. I'd have to ask my brothers because when they come over, my brother walks across the street and picks from their tree and eats their fruit.
No kidding.
I swear. One day he came in, he was eating. I was like, where'd you
get that?
Where'd you get that? He's like, did you know your neighbors have a bunch of fruit trees? I was like, yeah, I did. You just went over and...
You're not supposed to just go over and...
It's not an invitation.
So-
this stuff is just sitting out on the kitchen table.
General rules don't typically apply if you have the
To your
last name
brother.
Romano.
Oh, okay, with the
Right.
last name Romano. But I mean, it'd be kind of cool to have like a a walnut tree or a pecan tree or
Lemon broil tree?
No, I didn't think about nut trees.
We have a lemon tree, and it does okay. Occasionally, if you're lucky, you'll get one or two pieces of fruit on it. It's
just not
relative.
an environment where it grows
It's
well.
inside. At least half of the year.
We had a hybrid tree once. It was supposed to grow different types of fruits. Nothing ever happened, and I got angry and ripped it out one day.
I can understand that. Yeah.
By the way, that's what I do when I get angry.
You kill it.
I go outside and rip out the things from my garden that piss me off.
Get me the axe.
I swear.
All right, so if you want to check it out, it's fallingfruit.org. And Dana Dillon, thanks for sending that
Yes,
over. I
very
appreciate
nice.
it. All right, we'll see if you know what movie this particular clip is from.
I'm going on a diet. What diet are you on? Eggs and grapefruit. Oh, I was on that one. Lots of luck. It's not so bad. How long you been on it? All day. All day. It's 1 o'clock.
All right, we will go to Michael. Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, it. And Michael, I recognize you. Michael is a chef at Philly Cricket Club. And dude, how crazy is it right now with you guys getting ready for the Truist Championship next week, or when it's coming up?
It's intense. It's like nothing I've been a part of before.
All right. Well, I will see you on Tuesday for the Devereaux Classic. You going to be there?
I will be.
Excellent. All right. So he's a great guy, big listener of the show. Tell me what movie that clip is from.
That's the heartwarming Requiem for a Dream.
That is correct. Yes. Well done. Mike, hang on the line, and we're going to set you up with that $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. All right, let's tee up another clip and see if you know what this is from.
Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not so extreme and 10 being extremely extreme, I give this a 9.5! Check it out, Extreme Cheddar!
All right, if you know what that's from, text Zoom 610-660-9333. Order up. Oh, Casey, I'm sorry. It's time for the fast food roundup. All right, I have some fast food stories, and I've bundled them together. We're going to start with this. KFC has a new offer for its rewards member. You can get any 2 sides and drinks for $7 when you order the KFC through the KFC mobile app or website. To get the deal, go to KFC.com or the KFC app. Speaking of Kentucky Fried Chicken, last night I was on YouTube just searching for videos to watch, kill a little bit of time. And one that was in my algorithm was from the movie Green Book.
Yes.
Viggo Mortensen. And there's a scene, he plays Tony Lip, the driver. And there's a scene where they're driving through Kentucky and he's like, hey, there's a Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's get some. And he is the biggest slob in the world. And he's driving with one hand, and he's eating this greasy, nasty,
like an apple
chicken, just tearing through it. And it's simultaneously hard to watch, yet makes me hungry at the same time.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it tastes so damn good. He's just like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Years ago, we went to I'm sure you probably went to the original Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I've been a couple times.
We went, yeah. And I don't know, the original, it was awesome.
It's better there.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. Like the gravy that they would use on their mashed potatoes was different than the rest of the chain. It tasted a little more greasy and yummy.
It did.
But yeah, the original KFC, I don't know if it's still there or not.
Yeah,
Steve.
it may
I think
not
it
be.
might be gone
It's
at this
featured in the
point.
movie Goldfinger.
Is it
It is,
Really?
yeah.
Wow. All right, so you have to redeem the offer before you check out to get the discounted $7 price, and this is available for a limited time, participating KFC locations nationwide. Here's another fast food story. McDonald's is finally bringing back chicken strips as opposed to nuggets, and this time they're going to stick around. The new McCrispy strips are golden, peppery, and paired with a sweet and savory creamy chili dip, including which is launching nationwide on May 5th. Fans begged for the return for years, apparently, and now the crispy prayers have been answered with even more chicken goodness like the McCrispy sandwich on the horizon. So they are really,
I was a fan. I tell you what,
diving in.
though, like chicken nuggets and chicken strips and chicken sandwich, my favorite comes from Hip City Veg.
Yeah?
That whatever they're using, I assume it's seitan or whatever.
Seitan, yeah, probably.
but whatever they're using, it's freak. It's like the way Steve Wilson's
Impossible
Yeah,
cheesesteak.
it's my favorite cheesesteak. Yeah.
I'm sure that this sounds asinine when I say it, but to me, chicken nuggets are kind of for kids and chicken strips are for adults. And
see that.
when it comes to the McDonald's, and for whatever reason, like, I feel like I'm more of an adult when I'm having a chicken strip as opposed to a nugget.
But I love me so McDonald's has the $5 meal deal now.
Okay.
So you get I get the McDouble, right? So it comes with McDouble. It comes with small fries, small drink, and 4-piece nuggets.
Do you prefer nuggets to strips?
I used to hate chicken McNuggets, and then they changed the recipe, and now I love them. So what I like to do is I prefer to eat the nuggets while I'm driving because usually the cheese isn't fully melted on the burger yet, so you need
you're
to
letting it sort of cook.
Yeah, you got to cook that.
Smart.
And the fries in the bag because I prefer my fries to be a little bit like more soggy.
Yeah.
And so leave them all in the bag.
So you prefer those? Yeah. Okay.
Let me correct you. It's pronounced nubbits.
Nubbits,
y'all.
right. I'm into nubbits, y'all.
Nubbits, y'all. I have no idea if you still have that or not. But I made a flub on the air ages ago and said nubbits. Was that it?
Yeah, nubbits.
Yeah.
I'm into
nubbits.
Yeah. I'm into
nubbits.
Yeah. I'm into
nubbits.
Yeah.
Just wanted to correct you on that.
Nubbits.
All right, and then one last fast food thing. Arby's has the golf swag. The fast food outlet is teaming up with Happy Gilmore for a new line of golf merch. The Birdies and Beef collection.
Birdies and Beef.
Features polos decked out in curly and crinkle fries.
Okay.
A beef rope hat and golf balls stamped with their iconic beef and cheddar. The face of the campaign is real-life Ball State University golfer Landon James Happy Gilmore. Seriously.
Oh, get out.
His last name is Gilmore. Who's combining his love for golf and roast beef in this limited edition drop. Whether you're hitting the greens or the drive-through, the collection brings Arby flair into your fairway game. So you can get that now through Arby's. They do some fun.
I love
stuff at Arby's.
Kitschy stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every time we get like swag from Duncan, I love all that stuff.
I agree. All right, we'll see if we can find somebody who knows where this clip comes from.
Still 1 to 10, 1 being not so extreme and 10 being extremely extreme. I give this a 9.5. Check it out, extreme cheddar.
All right, we're going to go to another Mike. We got Mike on the line. Yo, Mike, good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning to see it.
Good morning, brother. What movie does that come from?
That's Harold and Kumar.
Yes, go to White Castle. We'll give it that. Yep. A couple of Harold and Kumar movies, but hang on because we're going to set you up with a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry. Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery and Pickup. Get you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods and local flavors. All right, let's tee up another clip. We have 2 more to play. Do you know what movie this comes from?
Let's go buy a big bag of Doritos and eat them in the car to celebrate your wait list.
Okay. Don't tell Mom about the Doritos or the wait list.
All right, you need to text Zoom to 610-660-9333, and we'll see if you can get through and get on. All right, order up. I saw this article. It's hard for some to say, but here's the question. How long does Worcestershire sauce actually last?
Probably like 20 years or so?
Something like that, right?
It is one of the perennials in your refrigerator with A1 and...
Leanne Perrins.
Yeah.
Although it's never been in my refrigerator. All my life, we've just left it in a cabinet and have used it after years of being there.
Yeah, so I don't have any of that. We don't use, we don't eat really steak in the house and so on and so forth. But in my growing up, A1, Worcestershire, teriyaki sauce.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. When we had steak, there was always A1, Worcestershire, and for my little brother, ketchup on the table.
Right.
When we would have steak, I will tell you, my buddy Stork, you guys know Wayne, used to work at Y100. He would make scrambled eggs with Worcestershire sauce in it. Oh, really, really good.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
Everybody thought the stork was brain damaged.
So we had Worcestershire A1 soy sauce.
Soy sauce was another one,
around.
yeah.
And that's another one that we just leave in the cabinet. I think you're supposed to refrigerate it, but
it's all bad for you.
Still here?
Yeah.
I've mentioned this before, but there's this sauce from Costa Rica called Luzano, and I brought it up on air one time, and somebody sent me a bottle. It's sort of like all of these ones that you're describing. Like there's like a tamarind taste to it, a bit of a tangy taste, and it's my favorite of all of those. And I had it one time in Costa Rica 21 years ago, and it's Steve. And so it was so nice to this listener. I hope you're listening right now because I'm out.
Is it primarily a steak sauce?
Mostly, but you can put it on eggs, and any like thing you want to spice up a little bit.
All right.
When in doubt, I just put it in the refrigerator. Like I have things in my refrigerator probably don't need to be there.
That's where I keep my tampons.
Or should be there. Well, not tampons, but I have I put all of my vitamins in the refrigerator. Not all of them. One vitamin requires it to be in the refrigerator. All of them go in there.
Rochelle puts it's some kind of a moisturizing cream or something that's supposed to help with like sunburn or whatever in the refrigerator.
Well, it's probably because it's cooling. So if you need to use it for sunburn and stuff, it's even more cooling.
But it stays in there year round.
I got you a gift for Rochelle's birthday. Yeah. Mini fridge.
Yeah, good idea.
No, but I have some of my skincare stuff in the refrigerator too.
Okay.
Really?
It's a pain because I got to walk downstairs from the bathroom where I usually do my skincare
People
routine.
put suppositories.
I think they're supposed to be.
Are they supposed to be refrigerated?
Some of them are. Like some
if you're using them for
antibiotics-
steak?
No, antibiotics and things like that are supposed to be put in the fridge. There's some medications that are supposed to be refrigerated, but things that aren't supposed to be refrigerated are taking up valuable
Space.
real
I know.
estate
I know.
in your refrigerator.
Sorry.
Steve, you mentioned it as a joke, but will women put feminine products in the freezer or fridge?
I've never heard of that.
Okay.
I've never done that.
But like,
I
I
might
don't know.
try it.
Yeah.
I put my Benoit balls in the crisper.
Listen, I'm obviously not a female, so I don't know what that can feel like from time to time. But I do know that people
A little chill would be
have
nice.
I'll take my Massengill shaken, not stirred, please.
Yeah.
All right, so back to Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, yeah.
It seems to take forever to use a bottle, but that's okay. Worcestershire sauce lasts a long time thanks to all of the vinegar and salt that's packed into it. So that
makes
helps it
sense,
stay,
yeah.
good for consumption. If you've got an unopened bottle, it can stay good for up to 5 years, even though most brands suggest using it within about 18 months to 3 years.
The old litmus test would be how crispy the residue was around the top of the bottle.
I don't want to eat anything that's 5 years old.
Once you open it, it'll still be fine for years as long as you keep the cap on tight and store it somewhere cool and dark. You don't have to put it in the fridge.
There you go.
But doing so can help it stay fresh longer. If you're wondering if it's gone bad, give it a sniff. If it smells weird,
then it's good.
If it looks cloudy or moldy, or if plastic bottle feels puffed up, it's probably time to toss it out. But for the most part, this is one of those condiments that can hang out in your kitchen for ages without a problem.
What is the longest lasting we determined was honey. Yeah,
honey just doesn't go bad.
I've had stuff puff up in plastic bottles occasionally. That's weird. I guess it's just like gaseous buildup or whatever that has been sitting around for so damn long.
Yeah.
And you can see the bottle expanding a little bit, and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'll keep this for another year or two.
All right. So I've been informed for the first time ever, we have some people don't know what the clip is.
Really?
Yeah.
They got Requiem for a Dream, and they didn't get this one?
I'm surprised too. Let me play it again.
All right.
Let me play this again because I recognize the voices, and I wouldn't have pegged this movie, and I have seen this movie, but I definitely know who's in this clip. Here we go.
Let's go buy a big bag of Doritos and eat them in the car to celebrate your wait list.
Okay. Don't tell Mom about the Doritos or the wait list.
I mean, that's Bryan Cranston, right?
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's,
I know the movie. I believe I know the movie.
all right. Let's see if someone does indeed. Yeah, write it down because I'm curious if you know or not. Do you want to call me on the, on the phone over here? Hi. Steve, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Is this it?
It works. No.
No.
It is not. But let's see if you know. All right, I do have another story, so we can get to that. Let's see. Webstaurant store.
Webstaurant.
Yep, that's the name of it.
That's so clever.
Has analyzed 225 the 2025, not 225, has 2025 price data at major league stadiums across the country to come up with the most and least expensive hot dogs in the country at ballparks.
Okay.
According to the research, the league average price, if you were to guess the average price of a hot dog at a ballpark in the country, what would it be? And these are major leagues.
Standard hot dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, like $7.
Okay.
I was going to say 6.
I'm saying 5.
All right, Steve's closest, 547.
Okay.
I guess you guys are both in the ballpark.
I was
but
actually closest.
The ballpark. You were closest. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
47.
3 cents.
So, which actually I was kind of surprised at. I thought it would be a little bit more than that. But the most expensive hot dog can be found at Petco Park, home of the San Diego Padres.
It's because it's made of lost pets.
It's almost $8, $7.96 each.
Wow.
The cheapest stadium for hot dogs this season is Chase Field, where the Diamondbacks play.
So
that'll cost you $3.07.
Nice.
Well, what I'm thinking also, every park has their signature over-the-top dog. So do they have those listed, or are these just the basic hot dogs?
Well, yeah, some of them are charging a fortune for their specialty dogs.
Yeah.
At Globe Life Field, home of the Rangers, the Texas Rangers, they have a burrito version of the 24-inch broomstick dog. It's a 2-foot-long hot dog.
2-foot friggin' hot dog.
That's a sharing dog, right?
So that's $36. And a hot dog triple play, that's one chili cheese dog, one hot dog wrapped in bacon, and one hot dog honoring the opposing team. And that'll cost you $32.99.
$33?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's 3 hot dogs.
Yeah, no, I get it. I went to BOGO night for hot dog night at the ballpark a week or two ago, and that used to be Dollar Dog night, and so it's two dogs for the price of one, and that's fine. It's $2.50 or whatever. But the fact that they took away Dollar Dog Night still gets under my skin. Like, it's such an easy promotional giveaway.
Why?
And why? Like, you're saving $1.50 on a dog or whatever. I don't know. Or making $1.50 more. It just seems like it was a brilliant giveaway that people loved.
Yeah,
and they took it away.
By the way, there is a hot dog creation that I will eat with a knife and fork.
Which is?
A chili dog.
Oh, a chili dog.
They're just too damn messy.
They are sloppy.
And they taste fantastic. And when I'm sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
No, I use the knife and fork method. I gave up.
I hear
eventually,
you, man.
'cause it was
That
just
makes sense.
Too much because half of that stuff ended up on my shirt. Anyway.
I just went to Landing Kitchen for lunch a couple days ago, and they have a hot dog on the menu, and I thought about getting it, and I didn't. And then the guy next to me had it, and I was so mad at myself for not getting it because it just looks so good.
You didn't alert any of the news channels?
I did not.
Hey, by the way, the most expensive beer, that's a topic as well.
Sure.
Can I guess?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it Yankee Stadium?
No. It's the Nationals.
No kidding.
Nationals Park.
Really?
Yeah, a beer is $15.40.
God.
That's our tax money.
Does it come with a special cup?
God, it
better.
It does not indicate, Casey.
Does it come with a 2-foot hot dog?
That's out of hand.
It makes me so. I'm at the point where it makes me angry. Like, it never really used to, but I don't drink beer, so I'll get one of those seltzers. I normally will get High Noon. The High Noon at Wells Fargo Center for one is almost the price of the entire.
Like 6-pack or whatever.
Yeah, I think they come in 12 at the liquor store. I'm like,
Kathy, there's
gotta be kidding me.
I think it's Casamigos. There's a tequila stand at the ballpark, which I don't know if it's new or not. It was my first time visiting at the game that I went to. I got 2 margaritas. They were delicious margaritas, but it was I got 2 doubles for me and my friend Tim. You want to guess how much 2 double margaritas
2
at the
doubles.
ballpark?
Okay, I'm gonna say $60.
$63.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Plus tip. And it's one of those things where you run the credit card. And I'm going to go get a couple drinks. Yeah.
You could have had one brunch.
Yeah, right?
I know we have our caller on the line, but real quick, I'll tell you a brief story about being at a sporting event. We were at a Sixers game. Marissa was there. We were at, what bar was that, Marissa? It was one of those private bars we got into.
It's like what used to be the
Cigar.
Curado Club, or it used to be Holtz.
And so Marissa goes, we were sitting there talking, we're at the bar. She's like, I'm going to buy you a drink, Preston. I'm like, oh, awesome. Thank you very much.
How generous.
And so it was at the time where this was years and years ago. I'd never had Whistle Pig Rye before, and I saw it on the shelf behind there. I'm like, well, let me get a Whistle Pig on the rocks. And I get it, and I'm tasting it. I'm like, damn, this is fantastic. And I walked away, and eventually, I think the receipt came or something like that, and I looked at it, and it was like $38
For one.
For one pour. That's not a mixed drink.
Yeah.
That's just booze on ice.
That's
It was insane.
38.
And I apologized to Marissa.
Can I ask you?
Because I had no idea.
What were they putting in the ice?
Yeah, right? Gold.
Best drink I ever bought.
Thank you, Marissa.
Hey, by the way, if you guys are ever looking for hot dogs and you live in Colorado, go to the Shambles. They're only $1 on Mondays.
Shambles.
In fact, you know someone who works there, don't you?
Yeah, go say hi to my husband.
All right, let's see if someone I got to finally identify this movie.
Let's go buy a big bag of Doritos and eat them in the car to celebrate your wait list.
Okay. Don't tell Mom about the Doritos or the wait list.
All right, we got to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Awesome, buddy. Can you help us? Do you know what movie that is?
Ladybird?
Ladybird! Sir
yes.
Sharonin. That is correct, sir. And for your correct answer, we're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. And that will do it for the Connoisseur today, dear friends. Thank you for playing along. We do appreciate that. We are going to take a break. And speaking of food, by the way, our Word of the Week prize is a $500 Nebraska Brazilian steakhouse, and we want you to win that, so don't miss out. We're less than an hour away for your next win to win to get 1,000. Your next, let me try this again. We're less than an hour away from your next chance to win $1,000 with Preston and Steve's 20 money. And when we come back, live singers in our studio.
Good ones.
We'll tell you about it when we return. Stay with us. I thought you were. I saw your hand going like this.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were jerking it.
Casey, don't jerk it on air.
All right. Burnt tips of kielbasa. Kielbasa is another one of those that you can char the outside of because it's already cooked through. Usually,
I think I would need anything in that kielbasa, any of that stuff. I would need it incinerated because I don't like it.
No?
I just don't like those meats.
My wife...
Kielbasi and bologna.
And I know people love it.
Yeah, I love them.
We made...
Polish sausage.
As a matter of fact, we had Irvine in, and we did the...
Crockpot challenge.
And he dug my kielbasa.
He did.
Even
I did. Even I did. It was quite good.
Yeah, it's made like brown sugar and apples and... what's that other stuff called? Sauerkraut?
Yes.
Okay, here's one I fully do not agree with at all. Burnt scrambled eggs. No.
To me, you'd have to go way off the charts to burn scrambled eggs.
Eggs should be tender. No. They should never be firm. That's my personal opinion.
Little runny.
A little bit runny if possible.
No. Scrambled eggs? No, you know what?
I'm out on that.
I change it. I want them overcooked. I want my scrambled eggs.
No.
I don't like runny egg yolks.
Yeah.
I want a little run.
I want them burnt. I want them disgustingly incinerated.
I want to sop it up with my toast afterwards.
Rochelle burns her eggs.
She's wrong.
She's right. That's why we slept together.
Problem with that. Baked mac and cheese on top. We already talked about that. Grilled barbecue chicken needs a char. Yep, I'll go along with that too. French onion soup cheese needs to be burned.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. A soup that I love so much was responsible for one of my closest brushes with death.
Yeah. You can choke on that
stuff. You get that glob of cheese in your throat and you're, forget it. Chocolate chip cookies, when burnt, are pretty good.
No,
Do you like
not.
burn?
Nuh-uh.
Listen, this is my thing.
Yeah,
it's my jam. It's my John. The chocolate chip cookies in all versions, a little. I don't want them incinerated, but a little burn around the edges with some milk adds a different taste complexion. I'm down with it.
Okay,
brownies even.
Well, brownies is on this particular list, and I agree.
Okay.
A little, I do like it needs to be moist inside.
Yes.
But a little crunch texture on the outside is pretty good. We will go with Brent. Hi, Brent. Good morning.
Good morning. morning. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful, sir. We're talking about foods that might taste a little bit better when they are burned. What do you think?
I think the burn ends in the veggies, especially like you said, the asparagus.
Okay. Yeah, when you get the tips that are burnt a little bit.
It's so good.
Yeah,
and they get crunchy.
I do my own barbecuing, and a lot of times they're crunchy, but they're not overly cooked.
And the benefit of the asparagus is what your piss will smell like.
Later on.
It's so amazing.
It keeps on giving. It's like beets. You pee red later on, man.
It's like a reminder of a great meal.
Only for a split second you think you have a testicular cancer or something like that. I'm going to go to Dave.
I'm rotting from the inside. Oh, it's the beets.
Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Dave?
Hate to bother you guys at work. Hey,
thanks.
First-time caller here.
Awesome, man. All right, and we're talking about foods that might taste better burnt. What do you think?
Well, along the same lines of lettuce, cabbage.
Ooh.
If you guys ever use cabbage, you cut it in steaks, like portions of steak.
Okay.
Soak it in olive oil, salt, pepper, oregano, whatever you want to use. Hot, like say maybe some hot pepper or something.
Huh.
Burn it on the grill. You're gonna love it,
Dave. Dude, I will try that. That sounds really interesting.
You say you're cooking the cabbage like a steak?
Yeah, you can cut it thick enough and it'll hold together. Cabbage is really wound together tight.
Hey, Dave, do you do the same thing with the artichokes ever?
I have not, but we get the cabbage, and it doesn't taste like anything when it's regular, right? When it comes out of the store, it doesn't really taste like much, but when you burn it, holy crap.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that same approach grilling artichokes on
Thanks,
it.
Dave.
Yeah.
Wait, so artichoke, do you split it down the middle?
Yeah.
Lengthwise?
Yeah, or you can peel them in advance and then put you need a meaty one. You need a thick one, a veiny one.
Right.
But you can grill them individually, but it's a delicate thing.
Artichokes are a tricky thing, man.
They are.
Because they've got that fibrous material when you get towards the heart.
Yeah, you're not getting them much anyway. Even on the best ones.
It has a heart.
You got to work really hard to get very little on an artichoke.
Do you guys like it when people say okie dokie artichoke?
I do.
Okay.
I say it sometimes. Yeah.
Usually the next step is you're put into a home.
Right. I like a hunky-dory chicken tandoori.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that one either. Let's see. All right, we already got to that one. All right. Let's go to Ed. We got a couple of Eds. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed, sir. All right, food that tastes better burnt.
Well, seriously, I got to tell you, I'm literally taking notes. This is fantastic.
Good. We're good for something.
Especially about the vegetables. We recently got an air fryer.
Okay.
And the first time we used them, my wife burned green beans, and I was eating them like French fries.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
All right.
But
Yep.
The food I wanted to call about was baked ziti.
Yeah.
Or lasagna. That top, it's almost kind of like a crust with the cheese.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. That was number one, at least way up on the list. When you have that, like burned mac and cheese, burned baked ziti, burnt lasagna, it definitely, I think that enhances the taste dramatically.
I mean, I don't know if it's just the cheese or just like the macaroni. Sometimes it gets like a little harder. Just that change of consistency. I don't know. I go straight for it.
Yeah, burnt cheese.
Good to work. Good to know. Thanks for the word, Ed. We appreciate it, buddy.
All right, guys.
All right, let me go. Here's another one. Ed, talking about pretzels. But hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-two, the ba-two, ba-ba. Oh,
You were doing so well.
Melding it along with you, Ed. Try it again.
Try it again.
Try it again.
All right. Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-two, the ba-two, ba-ba-two, ba-ba-da.
That's pretty close, right?
Closer.
All right.
Better. I like it.
Now do it backwards.
All right, Ed, what's up, man?
A Philly soft pretzel, without question, is absolutely the best when it is burnt.
All right, so we had a caller who said he orders them that way. How do you get your? Are you taking a soft pretzel you might buy somewhere and then going home and burning it yourself, or how do you
keep a lighter in the car?
If I go there and I see that there's a burnt, rack of pretzels, I'll ask for those.
You'll buy them all up.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
I have to try this.
At work, when they had pretzel day, and what I would do, I would, buy the pretzels, take them into the toaster oven,
okay,
put them in there and jack that thing up to like 450 for like 5 minutes, and come out. It's almost like eating a Snyder's hard sourdough.
Oh, yeah, I love those. I do love those. So I got to try the burnt soft pretzel. That sounds intriguing.
All right, Ed,
okay.
we'll give it a shot, man. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Peace out.
I assume you do the
Peace
mustard
out.
or cheese with that, right?
Yeah.
So what I would used to do is the Dutch, the Snyder's, the big Dutch pretzels, the hard ones.
Yeah.
And then you'd get the cheese, the what is it? The
Cheese whiz?
Cheese whiz in like a body heated up. It's meant to be heated for dipping.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I go with mustard.
There's not one thing healthy about that experience.
By the way, somebody texted in, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Sure do, Peanut Chew. Thank you. All right, we'll go next to Bob. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thank you, Bob. All right, so a food that tastes better, burnt.
Well, first of all, like that one Ed said, I'm taking notes. Cheese curls. I never heard that. I'm going to try that.
All right.
All right. I fry oatmeal with olive oil, and I burn that a little bit.
You fry oatmeal with olive oil. I have never heard of that.
Yeah, before you put the gravy on it.
Where did you pick this up?
I made it up myself.
Okay.
And my oldest son, I'll tell you, he goes nuts. If I'm home and I'm making it, I got to make him some.
So oatmeal usually needs to be softened up a bit by water. So what's the consistency like? Are you using a lot of oil?
Well, what you do is first you make the oatmeal like normal, the instant oats. You put it in the water in the pot.
Yeah, okay.
And you get it normal. And then what you do is you get the olive oil in a frying pan, and you get that nice and hot.
Yep.
And you put this in there. You just make sure you leave it in there long enough just to burn, just a little bit brown.
Are you making like little patties, like little crab cakes out of oatmeal, or what?
Oh, no, I make like a big pancake.
Okay.
All right. My mind is reeling at this. Did you discover this recipe during a house fire?
No, it's just the way my mind works, I guess.
All right. And then do you throw anything on that? You throw some fruit on it or sugar?
Oh, you could throw whatever you want in there. You could throw cayenne pepper. You can put onion salt, whatever you want.
Onion salt? What the hell? So you're having savory oatmeal?
Oh, yes.
I always think of it as a sweet treat.
I love oatmeal.
Wow.
It's crunchy and soft at the same time. You got the best of both worlds.
All right, you're changing things up here. You're making my mind freak out.
I like the unique thought. All right, thanks, Bob.
He's like you, Casey, because Casey, did you see what Casey did with the cinnamon toast crunch?
Oh. Yeah, he made. What'd you make out of it?
French toast. French toast, yeah.
Cinnamon toast crunch, French toast.
So, would you crunch it up?
I crunched it up.
You batter and then dip it in that.
Yep.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
The only thing I would have
original idea.
Well, no. I mean, I initially I follow Blackstone Griddle on
Not
Instagram.
the magician.
No, and they had Fruity Pebbles, and I don't have Fruity Pebbles. I have cinnamon toast, so I did it with that. The only thing I would have done differently is I would have crunched up the cereal a little bit finer, made it more of all powder.
I got
right?
you.
Yeah, throw it in a processor, something like that, and doing it that way.
Martin's Potato Rolls commented on your recipe.
I
Casey.
know. Well, I tagged them on it because the other thing is I didn't have any bread in the house. And the only thing I had left over were potato rolls from the cheeseburgers that I made on Saturday night.
And that worked well for you?
It did, as a matter of fact.
Those potato rolls were real.
I'm going to go to Walter. Hi, Walter. How you doing, man?
Walter.
Walper, are you there?
Chris?
No.
Sure, Chris?
Is your name Chris?
Yeah, my name's Chris.
Where the hell did Walter come from?
This is my version of good morning it to Connoisseur.
All right.
I told him mine.
All right. What's up, buddy?
So I got married in 2009 to my wife, and she gave me two terms of divorce. One would be if I ever gave her a Dutch oven.
Okay,
And the other one is if I ever steal the little French fries that are burnt from like the batch before that accidentally make it into yours.
Sure.
She loves them.
All right.
I agree.
The itty bitty crunchy ones, they're almost potato chips.
They're really good.
Yeah, I like them too.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're amazing.
Would she like save those for last, or just savor in them and point out how much she loved them?
No. She will dig through the bin of French fries to find them.
You know what you should do? And honestly, put the whole relationship to the test. Do a Dutch oven, but when you put the blanket up over her head, between your legs is a bowl of those burnt French fries.
There you go.
I thought about that on April Fool's one time.
All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, man. Or Walter, or whatever you want to go by. All right, so this was also on this list that got it started. I'm going to let Marissa handle it. Hi, Marissa. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, so we're talking about foods that actually taste better if they're a little bit burned.
So I love burned food in general. Just like Casey, I love my chicken burned.
Yeah.
But I like pierogies, like, you know how you normally boil them? I like to pan fry them, and I like them really, really crispy.
Mm-hmm. I
And
could see
carrots.
that.
I like pierogies.
It's kind of like dumplings or pot stickers. I prefer them fried. I think having a little crunch on the outside is yummy.
My mother used to make dumplings, and then when they got a little bit burnt, they were fantastic. Yeah. So, are you a big pierogi aficionado, Marissa?
No, not really. I'm weird and I like them that way.
No, there's a great pierogi place on Henry Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in Roxborough. I think it's Roxborough. Yeah.
Hey, Marissa, do you what do you fry them in? Is it an oil or butter or what?
I just put butter in the pan with some garlic, and I just fry them up, get them really crispy, and they taste the best that way.
Yeah, can I come over?
Oh, anytime. Anytime.
All right, thank you, Marissa. He'll bring.
Do you do goat yoga?
Hey, there was. Let's see. You know what? I thought of one that I used to like. Nick, we made the bologna sandwich here for you one time.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Nick Elmy did.
Yes.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
I like it a little bit charred.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I do like
Yes.
it a little bit charred. I
Now-
think it tastes better.
So where's the char happening? Like, is it on both sides? Does it matter?
No, just on the outside.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't have to be on both sides.
All right.
I will tell you this: I do not like regular bologna sandwiches, but grilled bologna sandwiches, I can swing that.
Nice.
You know, Chuck D'Amico loves to air fry pepperoni.
Oh, really?
Doesn't stand for pepperoni.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
Yeah, I bet that's like well done bacon. Like it's really crispy and falls apart really easily.
Who brought? There was somebody brought by. It was with syrup. Do you remember, Nick? They brought by this obscenely huge tray of like burnt bacon with like a syrup, and I was like,
No.
I'm like, this is the greatest and most horrible thing in the world at the same time.
I want it back, though.
I want it back.
I want you back here in Philly.
Hello, bacon. We want you back.
They what was it? The farmers, not
Founding Farmers?
Yeah, founding farmers.
Yeah.
They have these things called bacon lollies.
Oh,
what's that?
Which are it's on a little stick and it's a piece of well done bacon.
Oh wow!
That's got like a
wrapping something,
a candied type of
candy,
sweetness on it.
I got
like
you.
that. It's pretty tasty.
Is it around a particular item or is it just the bacon?
A wedding ring.
What do you mean? Is it around?
Like is there scallop within?
No,
no.
Just
why?
bacon.
Why? What makes you think the lolly part?
Yeah. Like
no. It's just
like
it's
a
on a
Tootsie
stick.
Pop.
It's on a stick like a lollipop.
I would stick a scallop in there and then wrap it with bacon and then make that the pop.
I like that too.
That almost becomes like a blow pop, but a different version with meat.
A scallop pop. Yeah.
Because a blow pop had gum in the middle of it,
it's
right?
the two
Or a
layers.
Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Pop has Tootsie Roll. Yeah.
Right.
Remember Tootsie Pop drops? Those
Yes.
were.
I loved those.
Yeah. I like scallop drops. They were my favorite as a kid.
Candy covered scallops.
These are great, Mom.
Yeah.
Do they make Tootsie Pop
How many
drops
licks
anymore?
does it take to get to the center of a scallop pop?
These are birth control pops.
Wow. All right. Anyway, clearly we could talk all day about this because our text messages are lighting up like crazy, and so are our phone lines. But we have to take a break. But I thought it was an interesting look at foods that might taste better, with a little burn on them, if you will. By the way, do you say burned or burnt?
I would say
WMMR.
So it's 9:27 a.m. Casey, where did you get a freshly cooked cheeseburger from? Because I smelled it immediately.
It was in the parking lot. I was just sitting there. No, XU has Checkers Burgers. Hey, I didn't just go and take it. Donnie said, hey, we got Checkers Burgers. And I said, okay, I'm going to take that. And then I don't even know what this is, but it has powdered sugar on it, so it's got to be good. It looks like it's like
do you go on patrol, or does he? Because you'll come with stuff from other stations, and we have no idea what's going on here.
I think it's because I always offer stuff to the other stations, so then they offer it to me.
That's our mistake.
Well.
We don't do that. All right, there you go.
Okay. Just checking, because I'm sitting here and I smelled, and I'm like,
Nick
has one too.
Well, I saw Donnie in the hallway as well, and then I was walking away from XTU, and I saw Casey walking back, and Casey and I cheers burgers.
Preston, you and me next week, we're eating turkey legs live on air.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We're going to dive in.
I was so hungry, I could eat an entire James Harry.
What's a James Harry?
I don't know. It's just a saying.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard. Have you guys ever heard that before?
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm not familiar.
No?
No.
You don't know James Harry?
No.
Okay.
What does it pertain to?
You know what? We're going to have to move on. We'll come back to this. Let's double back.
Okay.
I wasn't supposed to be talking. I was supposed to be eating a burger right now.
Yeah, we're on the air. You're supposed to be eating and remain quiet.
All right. Well, we have some guests in the studio. Before we bring them on, there are a couple things that I wanted to mention. A couple of plugs, charity plugs, as we call them, butt plugs on the Preston and Steve show. I got this email, and I have to apologize to Nora Boyle because she reached out to me a little while back, and they had an event last night, and I meant to mention this. But there's a GoFundMe account set up for her and her family. They've been going through some really, really tough times. She lives in Upper Darby. She says her fiance. She has her fiance. They've been engaged for 21 years. That's a long engagement.
wow.
But they have two beautiful boys, Gregory, who is 19, Patrick, who is 7 with autism. But Greg, the dad, found out that he has bone cancer. Oh, my God. Okay. And so she said he honestly only listens to your station. And she told me the rest of his story. He's had issues throughout most of his life that have been very, very difficult. But she says he's the main provider of the family. And just like that, he was told he can't walk or stand, and he definitely can't drive. And she said, I also got hurt while working. I had a surgery, 3 herniated discs, unable to work because of my workman's comp.
Terrific.
Can you please help my family? I'm just asking if you could share his GoFundMe. So, Nick, do we have that?
We got it, yes.
Okay, so you can go to the community page of PrestonandSteve.com. When you go on, you got to, at the top, you'll see the events button and click on that, right, Nick?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so it's just work your way through the process, but there is a community events page on WMMR.com. We've gone through a few changes over the last month or two, but it is there. It's posted.
And I looked at their GoFundMe, and they're woefully short of what they're trying to get.
Oh, my God.
So they need some help. They're in a bad way. They've got kids and family, and this is the guy who makes the money to keep the family afloat. And they had a beef and beer last night at the Yard in Havertown, and I completely missed that. So I hope that event went well, and I apologize for not being able to mention that. But we have that GoFundMe set up on the website.
Let's make sure we hit this a couple of times to sort of make up some ground.
Yep. There was another one. Let's see. Oh, yeah. This is totally different. It's a nonprofit.
Okay.
But I wanted to mention this. I got this from Jessica Kubek, and she says the Delaware Children's Theater in Wilmington is halfway through its run of the SpongeBob musical.
Cool.
Which, by the way, my youngest was a part of. They'd had one in Souderton, and it was so much fun. I loved it. The Delaware Children's Theater is a nonprofit community theater. It's quality entertainment for families. And in case you're wondering, we do have kids, adults, and teens in our productions. The shows are coming up. There's one tonight, 7 o'clock, special evening performance, and this Saturday and Sunday. And then May 3rd and 4th are going to be the last performances.
These are all SpongeBob, or are they doing Glengarry Glen Ross as well?
I think it's just SpongeBob. So our production team and actors have done an amazing job bringing the show to life, and we would love to get a butt plug from you.
There you go.
Folks can visit dechildrenstheater.org, and theater spelled with an R-E, not E-R.
All right.
To purchase a ticket. So there's a plug, Rooney, there. This is not a plug, but it was an email that was sent to Kathy, and she said I could read it on air.
Okay.
This person says, hey, I heard some of your show yesterday, and as someone who also had a very strong reaction to scents, when you brought up Casey's cologne, and he said he was wearing a new one, and kind of joked it off, and then she writes, did you want to kill him? I wanted to punch him through the radio.
Okay.
He knows how you are and just doesn't care. And then they write, or am I overreacting? But if someone here who knows a smell can cause a migraine for me in 10 seconds decided to just wear something new and sit next to me all day, I would be angry. So now we go to Kathy for her response.
No, I did not want to punch him. Fortunately, he's across the console from me, so it's tolerable. But if he was sitting next to me, it probably would bother me.
And if Kathy ever said something to Casey about, hey, this bothers me.
Yeah, he would.
He would wear more of it.
Yeah.
Besides, I wear cologne and I'm standing right next to you.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't wear it. No, he would not wear it. All right. Here's another one. Says this is a Shartout. Says, hey, my name's R2. Also come to known as Dead R2D2 from the YouTube community.
Oh, there you go.
And I've been listening to you guys since I was about 12 or 13 years old from the old Y100 days. I shared a video of Instagram of my son, Roland, who is named after Roland Deschain from the Dark Tower series, my favorite book series, singing the Friday Froggy song. I remember that video. It was great. He's a very talented singer and piano player with a perfect ear. And he said, I went through a very volatile separation with my ex-wife a couple of years ago and now cope with PTSD. Needless to say, I don't get many smiles these days, but the smiles I do get mostly come from the Preston and Steve show. My incredible, what was R2D2. And also my incredible YouTube family and my little dude Roland. Can I get a crappy shout out for all of you that I love so much? And he says, thank you, R2. So here you go. R2, hang in there, buddy. I'm glad we can bring you a little bit of fun.
Yeah, that's tough.
And then here's the last one. It says, morning at Presbo. Could you please send a juicy shout out to my beautiful wife, Joan, April 24th. So
yesterday.
I missed that. It'll be our 43rd wedding anniversary. She's put up with me through thick and thin for all these years, and the least I could do is request a super wet one. Thank you guys for what you do. Keep it in Nooch. That is Mark Emmons, who lives in Florida and listens. So there's a shout out for you, buddy. And,
We're making dreams come true this morning.
All right, we have our guests that are in the studio, and they have been here before, albeit we have, I think, a new roster of people that are joining us. It's the Academy of Vocal Arts. So when we were in the run-up to the Super Bowl, we had the Academy of Vocal Arts come by, and in fact, 2 times they've done this.
Yes, absolutely. And good luck charm.
And they sing the Eagles fight song. But they came by to sing something different for us this morning. It's in honor of MMR's birthday. We're going to get a happy birthday from these guys. But they have a show. They have actually an opera that is happening tomorrow night, and we want to welcome from the Academy of Vocal Arts, Mr. Andrew Rowe with us here today.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for having us.
Nice to see you, Andrew. So you brought with you a group of people. By the way, do you sing?
I sing. Yes, I used to sing. Yes.
No longer?
Not anymore these days. No, I'm only do coaching.
Okay.
Yes.
You don't ever just even in the shower just whip one out?
A little bit here and there.
Okay, all right.
But not with the group.
No, not with the group
right.
today. No.
Okay, so we have joining us. By the way, you have an event, the opera tomorrow night. What is that performance, by the way?
So tomorrow night is the opening night of Pietro Mascagni's L'Amico Fritz, which is actually a very rarely performed opera, and everyone here in the studio with me today from ABA is actually in the cast. So they will be singing. They're actually in. They'll be singing actually in every performance between April 26th and May 6th. So we'll be in Center City, Delaware Valley University, and the Haverford School as well.
So what makes it so rare that this is performed?
Mascagni really only wrote 2 well-known operas. The one is Cavalleria Rusticana, which is mainly only performed in Italy. It was actually the opera that was performed in Godfather 3, fun fact. When everyone gets shot at the end. And then this is the other one he did. This is kind of a little bit of a rom-com. It isn't your usual opera. There's no one dies. The soprano lives. There isn't a bunch of mystery and intrigue, and no one gets sucked to the bowels of hell like Don Giovanni. So.
And by the way, just again to reiterate, subtitles are provided for.
Yes. So it is sung in Italian, but we have English super titles. So actually above the stage, you'll see a screen with the translation.
I love
so you know
that.
what's going on. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and so we have 4 singers. We're going to meet them here before we get a happy birthday, and maybe a little something else we have to say. We have Veronica. First, step up in the microphone.
Hello.
Veronica Ricker, is that your name?
Reeker. You were close, yes.
All right, where are you from, Veronica?
I'm from Ohio originally. Very small farm town.
and so this the Academy of Vocal Arts is why you came to Philadelphia?
It is, yes.
Wow, good for you.
I got married here too in Philly with my husband.
So how long have you been here?
I've been here 3 years. We got married 2 years ago, and I'm in my 2nd year residency at AVA.
Do you think you might remain or go back home, or what's the plan?
Just kind of feeling it out. We really love Philadelphia. It's a wonderful community.
And you feel you would miss our show were you to move?
Oh, absolutely. How could we not?
And what range are you?
I'm a soprano.
Okay. Soprano. And it says here you're the upcoming lead soprano at AVA.
Ooh. Oh, well, that's fancy. You
didn't know that, did you?
Congratulations. Hey.
Made the
We just gave a promotion.
Live on the Preston Steve Show. So we have another singer, Alla. Is that your name? Coming up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Alla.
Alla. All right. And Alla, you are, it says, from Ukraine via Australia.
That's right.
So tell us how that came about.
Well, I was born in Ukraine. And then when I was 7 years of age, my parents immigrated to Australia. And then I grew up basically for the rest of my life in Australia.
I was going to guess from Ukraine.
Were you?
Well, a lot of women from Ukraine have a modelly look about them, and it's just it's a fact. And I said, I bet she's from Ukraine.
Thank
there we
you.
go.
I try to look good for 9 a.m. in the morning.
But then I said, but there's a bit of Aussie in there as well.
Absolutely.
So in Australia, were you going to school for singing as well?
Yeah, I was. Actually, since I was 3 years old.
Okay.
My kindergarten teachers found out that I can sing, and they put me on stage. And ever since then, my parents tried to foster that as much as we could. So when I was in Australia, I went to a music high school.
And so that's a big leap from Australia to Philadelphia.
Yeah. Yes, it
Is
is.
it because the academy?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's world renowned. Everybody knows about it.
Everyone knows about it. It's top 10 music schools in the whole world.
Well, that's a point of pride, you know? I mean, we have the Rocky statue and that, so that's good.
And what is your range?
I'm a mezzo-soprano.
Mezzo-soprano.
Yes.
That's even higher than a soprano.
That's actually even lower than the soprano.
It's lower than a soprano.
See, we're well schooled in opera.
I literally just learned that word. It was in the New York Times crossword puzzle. It was the informally known in between soprano and
That's
alto.
right, yeah. In translation from Italian, it's the half soprano.
Ah.
It makes us feel good.
What's the one slightly above soprano? Isn't there one? Is there a distinction of?
There's different Fox of soprano where our voice kind of likes to lie in tessitura and whatnot, but
I don't
think
even
the
know what
highest
you
is
just said.
soprano.
She just
That's
ordered a
fine.
meal from
I'm being a
Little
nerd
Italy.
at 9 a.m.
Pretty sure she just insulted you, Chris.
Yeah, it's deserved, I'm sure. All right, so we have Allah, and then we have Cole. Mikkel, I'm not even going to try.
Macawam.
Macawam?
Macawam.
Macawam.
Yes.
Nick, would you have gotten that right? It's
Well,
spelled.
how do you spell it?
MCILQUHAM.
Yeah, so my last name is MC capital ILWAIN. And Casey and I were just chatting about this the other day. If it's MC followed by an I or MC followed by an E, it's usually pronounced Mac, like Mackle Kwan.
Macawam.
Macawam, yeah, or McElwain or Macintosh, something along those lines. So I probably would have gotten it right, but it's very difficult, and I'm sure you've been dealing with it your whole life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Cole?
I'm originally from Wisconsin.
Okay. And how long have you been here?
I just moved here in August.
So you're a newbie.
Yeah, it's my first year at AV.
All right.
Get a little bit closer to the microphone, by the way. What do you think so far of the Philly area?
It's great. Last year I was in Dallas. I kind of missed the heat, but I love the city of Philly. It's a great place to be.
Very
Absolutely.
cool. Yeah.
Nice. Well, thank you for being here.
Yeah,
and then we'll meet one more singer. We have Raul, who is joining us. I say Raul because that's how he said his name when he told me. Velasco, is that your last name?
Yeah, that's true.
And where are you from, sir?
I'm from Coatzacoalcos, Veracruz, in Mexico.
Say that one more time.
Coatzacoalcos, Veracruz, Mexico.
I love it.
Forget it.
Love it.
Yeah.
I was going to try.
Veracruz. Let's say Veracruz. Yeah.
Yes.
And your range is?
I am a bass.
You got the accent, and the bass. So yeah, you're.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
When I think of Mexico, I don't think of opera music.
Me neither.
Okay.
Me neither.
That's why you're here.
Yeah.
Is there more of a market for it than we realize in Mexico?
Yeah, probably yes, but not as much as here.
Okay.
To be honest, here there are so many opera houses. That's why I came here for AVA, and I'm trying to get into the market.
Yeah.
Work.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 30.
You're 30 years old?
30 years old.
You look younger.
22.
Yeah, I know. I'm baby face.
Yeah. Big time. How old is everybody else, Veronica?
I'm 29.
All right. And Cole, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Oh, my God. And you?
I'm 24.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You're youngins. So talented, all of you.
Excellent. All right. So we are going to get happy birthday from you guys. I understand, right? Okay, let's get that first. This is really cool for WMMR.
Yes.
We're going to be turning, by the way, 57 years old next Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
And these guys, unfortunately, weren't able to come by on that particular day, so they're going to do this now. So you guys ready?
Let's do it.
AVA singers, operatic happy birthday for MMR. Here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, WMMR. Happy birthday to you.
So good.
Oh my goodness. Hey, let me ask you, Alla, is there a happy birthday song in Ukraine? Is there a traditional happy birthday song, or is that unique to American tradition?
There is. It's a different melody, but a lot of countries in the world have adopted the English happy birthday, but obviously translated
So
it.
you'd find it around the world? Yeah?
Yeah. But we have our own version.
In Mexico, they do it. It's Feliz Cumpleaños a ti, right? Yeah.
It's called Las Mañanitas. Literally means the little mornings because it's supposed you go with mariachi in the very morning and you wake up your beloved
Could
one.
you give us a little bit? Do you know?
Estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey David. Hoy por ser su cumpleaños te las cantamos aquí. Something like that.
Something like that.
The Feliz Cumpleaños would be the American version that they've just translated.
Okay, Alla, can you give us a little bit of the Ukrainian happy birthday?
I can't. I've been westernized a little too much.
We've beaten it out of you. Yeah.
Wow. Veronica, how do they sing it in Ohio? Do you know?
Happy birthday. I don't know.
Well done.
And in Wisconsin.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You know what I wanted to do? And by the way, there's a performance in opera tomorrow night, and you can get tickets at avaopera.org, by the way, Andrew.
Yes, that is correct. avaopera.org.
So here's what I wanted to do. I found a video, or actually the audio from a video I found on YouTube. Case, can you see if Marissa sent it over?
Yeah.
And it is of some of the most well-known operatic pieces.
Yes.
So for us, these are things that we would recognize.
We would get this right on Jeopardy.
We wouldn't know the answer. We wouldn't know the names of these songs. We would hear them and go, oh, yeah.
I see.
And if somebody asked you a name up, you'd be like, I saw it on a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Yeah. I don't know. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have you guys grab your headphones. I am going to play a clip of the song, and if you know it, all right, immediately yell out the answer. All right? Are we good on that? All right. And I want to see who is the opera king here. All right. And here is, and there, it's a montage of them. So as soon as you know it, say what song it is. Here we go.
Nessun Norma.
What is it?
Nessun Norma. From Turandot.
Sung by Pavarotti.
You know what? I didn't write down these.
You're right.
We can say whatever we want.
Well,
nailed it. Of course you got that one right.
I think we know how to win this game.
I'll pull it up. Hang on.
Just confidently say something.
I have the video here, and it has the answers in the video, and but you have to wait because the ad is playing right now. All right, Nessun Dorma?
Yes.
Yay! All right, next one. Absolutely correct. All right, here, it's got to play all the way through. Because I don't recognize that one.
No, I do not.
But it's one of the most well-known.
You'll recognize the high note.
No, it's coming.
And then it fades out. Okay,
Oh.
here's our next one. Let's see if you know.
Queen of the Night, Mozart.
Queen of the Night,
The
Mozart.
Magic Flute.
Der Halle Rush. Here, you'll recognize this. Hold on. Right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
How hard is that?
Incredibly.
Incredibly hard?
Yes.
Can you do it? I mean, not to put you on the spot. Okay.
No, I mean, I can like squeak it out, but it's a little too high for me.
Why is it so difficult? Because it's so high?
Because it's so high and because Mozart is just very particular in terms of technique and the control that it takes to sing Mozart in general.
I've actually seen the Magic Flute. It's pretty. I mean, they actually made a movie of the Magic Flute, the opera movie. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
And the one part, and pardon me, where she's going, ha-hoo, 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 it's jumping pretty drastically from note to note.
It is. It's an octave jump from an F to all the way up to a high F. So
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
very
vocal
difficult.
acrobatics.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's play the next one. Here we go. Why is it not coming?
Yeah, Rossini.
Yeah, they got it right. I don't even need to It's Largo al Factotum from The Barber of Seville by Rossini.
That's a Bugs Bunny.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, this one. I'm going to see if you can get the name of this song. Here we go. Libiamo. By Verdi. You recognize that one, Case? No. You might.
Call
Hang on.
J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
Don't know that one.
All right, so this is the one I meant. Let's see if you can get the name of this one correct.
Oh, it's Wagner. It's his marriage. It's the wedding song from.
But do you know the title of it? Don't look at my answer over here on my screen, Colin. I had no idea that Wagner wrote that. That's the bridal march. It's called the Bridal Chorus.
Okay.
Tulik Gefert.
Yes. You would know it as the theme to the A-Team. Yeah.
But did you guys know that was Wagner?
So my dad was a massive fan of Wagner. We'd listen to the Ring trilogy. I did that. I did not know, though.
All right.
He was kind of a Nazi, right, Wagner?
Yes, he actually he used to remove his
gloves.
Yes,
If he played a piece by a Jewish
like
composer,
Mendelssohn,
that when he was done, he would burn his gloves.
Well, let's not hold that.
Now, all right.
He was a little ass back at the clubhouse, though.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's do one more. It's all we have time for. Here we go. Oh, come on.
That's very short.
Carmen.
What is it? You're all speaking at the same time. What?
Habanera.
Is that the Boheme?
No, it's actually Carmen.
Yeah, La Boheme.
No, it's different.
Oh, it's not
Well, yeah.
different opera than La Boheme?
Yeah.
This is La Bo Carmen. That's J.G. Wentworth.
Yeah, J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now. See, we sing too.
We know opera. Casey, want to wow them?
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Safe Light Repair. Safe Light Replace.
How about
There you
that?
go. Thank you.
How about that? All right. Well, listen, just a reminder, there's a show coming up. And Andrew, if you could mention the details of that once again, please.
So we have L'Amico Fritz opening tomorrow night at AVA's Helen Corning Warden Theater down at 19th and Spruce. We'll be there till May 1st, and then we are at Del Valle University next Saturday, March 3rd, and then the Haverford School on May 3rd, and then Tuesday, May 6th at the Haverford School.
With the full complement, correct?
Yes, with the full complement.
The farewell recital, May 9th as well.
And then we have for our graduating class, our farewell recital, which is our annual graduation event happening at Church of the Holy Trinity at 19th and Walnut on Friday, May 9th.
Excellent. So if you're looking for something a little outside of the box to go and do and have a little bit of culture in your life, this is a really cool thing. Really excellent resource here of culture in our city that you may not be aware of.
And you can understand the story because you said you have the titles of the dialogue, so you can. It makes it a more approachable experience for the neophyte.
avaopera.org for the information. So thank you, Raul, Cole, Ala, and Veronica. Thank you so much, guys. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We got your shot at winning $1,000 with the Preston and Steve 20 Money. Stay with us.
I don't know. Burned, I guess, and burnt is adequate as well.
All right. Anyway, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll dive into the bazaar when we get back. Stay with us. Tuesday, today's chance for you to win a Preston and Steve tattoo. So text word tattoo to 39333, and that is from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Just wanted to mention that Nick saw a bare naked booby in the wild yesterday.
In the wild.
In the wild.
And not a bird.
Because if you go to a strip club or something like that, that's like going to the zoo.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
No big deal.
Sure. You get to appreciate, and you can look longer than you normally would.
Right.
But when it's in the wild, there's something more exciting about that.
You just don't expect it.
Right.
Yeah. Even though you've set up a blind and have binoculars.
Right.
And Steve, I did not at all expect it, so much so that it was, I believe, a triple take when I spotted said boobie in the wild. I was at a grocery store, and this she was probably mid to late 30s, maybe early 40s. Very attractive woman. She was coming out of the bathroom, and I was walking towards where the bathrooms were. So we were walking in opposite directions, and she had a nice breasts. And,
she had a nice breast. This woman, so I'm in the supermarket, and she's got a nice breast.
She'd paid for these breasts.
Oh, after factory, as they say.
Yes, so they sort of on display. Begin with. It was a low-cut top.
Right.
And so she was coming out of the bathroom. And so the part of the reason why I brought it up is I'm curious, Kathy or Marissa, like how this could actually happen. Because she was clearly not wearing a bra. And my guess was, when she went to the bathroom, when she was in the facilities, maybe she like was lifting her shirt back up, like, after tucking her pants back in or whatever.
Where was the boob hanging out from?
It was left boob.
Under?
No, to the side.
Cleavage?
So the shift, the cleavage shift had gone from in the middle of the boobs to the right boob entirely.
I gotcha.
And so the left one was fully exposed.
So it was
Wait.
I don't understand.
Hold on. The left boob was coming out of the cleavage part, the V?
No, I'm sorry. The left boob was coming out of the left side. So like the
Of
armpit,
like the tank top. Was it a tank
hole.
top?
It was a tank top.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
armpit hole.
it was a
Okay.
low-cut tank top.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So the armpit hole had basically shifted over a little bit. And so
you're getting drastic side boob, basically.
Yeah, and so all of this is
Wait, did you see
processing.
nipple?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, my
more
God.
than side boob. Whole boob.
No bra. And all of this is happening in real time. And it's one of those things where, like, when you look at a woman and you see cleavage or whatever, you sort of do the side eye, you glance more than once. But this one, I was like, wait, no, that's not what I saw. Oh, that is what I saw. Wait, is that what I saw? All of that is spinning around in your brain as quickly as humanly possible.
Before you answer this question on how something like that could happen, Kathy, do we as responsible men
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
go over and say something?
I think you have to.
Hey, your knockers are hanging out.
I mean, Nick, did you say anything?
No, and I thought about it, and I was wondering what the approach should be. Because, look, when that type of thing happens, unless you're doing it blatantly for attention, which I don't think that she was. I think it was by accident. I didn't want her to be embarrassed in the store.
Could you do it cryptically and say, hey, melons on sale?
But you didn't want to embarrass her, but the poor thing
I know.
probably walked into so many people.
Somebody texted and said, Nick should have said, we, guess what I get to do?
All right.
Oh,
Nobody
that's-
from the radio.
Yelled it
So
right there.
I think a great question.
That's what I get to do.
Kathy.
How could that happen?
Well, no, yeah, to some extent, but also, would you prefer? I think I might do what Nick did and just say,
I know.
there's no way as a guy you can.
And I thought about it.
And I think you wait for a woman to tell her.
No way.
So what would you do? I mean, would you prefer that a guy told you if you were exposed that way?
Oh, I mean, it would be so embarrassing.
Yeah.
But if I was walking out of the bathroom, I think I'd rather catch it instead of walking through the rest of the store and like more people seeing it. you
Or
know?
do you go find a random woman to go tell this
Yeah,
woman?
go
that-
honestly, I think
There's
that
a
would be
woman on aisle 5 with her knocker hanging out her armpit.
I mean, this lady's going to walk through the entire supermarket. I think you failed. I think you and anybody would have. You want the very first person that sees it to tell you that they just saw it. Like,
I can
absolutely.
understand Nick's position on that, though.
I don't
Well,
understand.
it was a moment in time, Casey, and so I didn't want to turn around and then chase after this woman and say, hey, your boob's hanging out.
Hey, lady!
So I debated whether or not I should do it, and I suppose your instincts would have been different than mine, but at the moment, I didn't want to say anything that would have embarrassed her any further, and so, like, to me, the person doing the confrontation and saying something to her, that's embarrassing to me as well. I don't want to be that guy that'd be like, hey, your boob's hanging out.
and finding the right words in that moment as well might be kind of hard. Like,
your shirt.
You're hanging out, would be like, oh my God, why did I say that? It'd be like, cover up, maybe. I don't know.
I would have just said your shirt.
Your shirt.
Check your shirt.
Your knocker plopped out.
So in hindsight, I kind of wish that I had said something, but at the moment in time, I did not.
But let me explain, because I can see how this happens. I don't have fake boobs, but either way, like if she was in the bathroom, because this has happened to me, not where my boob is fully out, but if we don't sit on the toilet and we're hovering, like you're kind of hovering forward, the boobs are hanging.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
So that left her in this precarious predicament. There's a whole bunch of I think moral questions here as to how you approach that. And what you would do in that situation. I could see you. It's like when you see a fight in real life. It's like you're so used to seeing it in the movies or whatever that you don't. What did I just see? What did I?
Yeah.
And by the time you processed it, the moment is gone.
I mean, listen, I had a similar situation. I was at Wonderland Pier in Ocean City, and there was a guy in a wheelchair, and his testicles were hanging out of his shorts.
That's right.
And I went up and I told his caretaker, I'm like, and I'm like, yo. His nutsack is. I didn't say that.
Did you tuck it back in for him?
I did with my mouth. No, but I said to the caretaker, I'm like, excuse me, this gentleman's testicles are exposed, and it's as simple as that. Like, yes, it sucks. It's embarrassing.
I was at a wedding one time, and it was a daytime reception, so the room was well lit up. It wasn't a dark room, and everybody's dancing. We're doing. Kind of slow dancing, the traditional man and woman dance, whatever you call that, not a foxtrot, but anyhow. And there was a gal who was there, and we had met her earlier in the day. They were I think the dance instructor that helped the bride and groom learn this really cool fancy dance that they were going to do for their first dance.
Right.
So anyhow, they're dancing together, and her top is slowly slipping down and down and down. Yes. She wasn't overly well endowed.
Right.
Okay, but nonetheless, it came all the way down. Nipple, the whole thing, everything hanging out. I didn't say a damn thing.
Right.
And I feel a little bit bad about that to this day, that I could have, because I met her earlier and I could have been like, hey, pointed.
Would you have stepped on the back of her dress to make everything pull up in the front?
Would that have worked? Yeah, I guess that could have worked, right?
Yeah. I know but I hear what you're saying. You don't, because it seems like such an affront because of you being a guy. But then I also see the merit in how long do you let that go on? If you may want to adjust yourself.
I do think I think I would prefer if a woman came over to me, like if you're with your wife, like, Rochelle, go tell Kathy your knockers are hanging out.
Right.
I'd rather that than you be like,
hello, Rochelle, it's Preston. Can you drive down to the supermarket? I need you to tell a woman that her knockers are hanging out.
It could have been, Nick, could have been like an invitation. She could have been like,
In the whole quick thought process, one of my thoughts was,
should I meet her in the bathroom?
No.
Whoever?
Is she doing this on purpose? Is she doing it for
Oh, God, that's Nick McElwain out there. How do I get him? Now's my only shot, girl.
Therefore, we're going to dive right back into things. Case, I need you to flip those elements for me, please, so we can do this. It is 10 o'clock, so we are now going to have your shot at winning $1,000. Here we go.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
That you have become to known as.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
I'll get you in a second.
Not another one.
There we go. The word is leader, Leader. All right. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it. And you can do that through the MMR app, WMMR.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And each MMR winner will get a pair of MMRBQ tickets on top of that. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So again, the word is leader, Leader. You can enter that right now, and we wish you good luck, friend. All right, we have our final look at traffic. Let's go for that. Kath, what's going on this morning?
The Vine Expressway westbound, you're stopped from 95 to Broad Street. This accident blocking the right lane, really causing traffic to back up quickly. We also have a Chicone-Palmyra drawbridge opening right now. Traffic stopped in both directions, south on 95, slowing from Cotman through the bridge. Schuylkill westbound, backing up Conshohocken into the Blue Route. And then in New Jersey, Route 73 northbound at Main Street. Emergency construction still blocking the right lane. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Find fresh organics at Whole Foods Market. Get 16-ounce containers of organic strawberries for $3.99 each. with Prime through April 29th while supplies last. Shop in-store or online, terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, I want to mention our friends from Rita's Water Ice are here today, and they have given us some gift cards to give away. We have $25 gift cards, and if you're interested in winning, what you need to do is text the word ICE to our number, 610-660-9333. I know I just told you about the 20 money. That's a different text number, by the way, than 20 money. So if you're interested in winning a $25 gift card from our friends at Rita's Water Ice, text ICE to 610-660-9333. And your favorite soda just got a cool twist at Rita's. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's. You can add Rita's creamy frozen custard for an absolutely delicious cola gelati, or you can add liquid custard and make a cola gelati blender, which is kind of like the old floats.
Yes,
they would
I'm
make.
liking what I'm hearing.
They always come up with some cool new stuff at Rita's, and that is one of them. So go get it. Be cool. Eat a Rita's.
Yes.
All right, let's do the V5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Yoga 6, now open in Conshohocken. And this month, if you mention WMMR at any participating Yoga 6 locations, you can get your first class for just $9.33. Visit yogasix.com to schedule your first class today. We will start with this story. I've got a couple of interesting school stories back to back. Mary Tracy Morrison, the director of the Delta Institute for the Developing Brain in Jonesboro, Arkansas, has been charged with permitting child abuse after being accused of orchestrating a makeshift child fight club at her
What the hell
school.
is this with these child fight clubs?
A video surfaced showing a 30-minute incident where a teacher instructed a student to hit another in the private area. Three other employees, Michael Bean, Kristen Bell, and Catherine Lipscomb, were also arrested. Lipscomb, a licensed teacher and mandated reporter, was criticized for her inaction during the incident.
I'm bored. Let's get the kids to fight.
Morrison is being held $250,000 bond, while the others have bonds ranging from $10,000 to $100,000, and all have been ordered to have no contact with the school or its students.
Looks like somebody broke the first two rules, you know what I'm saying?
Damn right. Teresa Isabel Bernal, a 33-year-old mother, was arrested after allegedly bringing vodka-laced Jell-O shots to her child's fifth-grade Christmas party.
Well, that's the best way to get them to fight.
At Jones Elementary in Tyler, Texas.
Got to get them liquored up before they go to the brawl.
Bernal claimed that she had... Now, I kind of feel for this woman. So she claims she... if this is true.
Okay.
That she bought the Jell-O from a home-based sweet shop.
Yeah.
And was unaware that they contained alcohol.
It's completely possible.
I mean, why would you... If you have a child that's going to school there... Why would you knowingly do that? There is no way of getting around of being found out.
I don't drink, and I've seen things. I've had no idea that they were alcohol-based.
Right. She reportedly realized the presence of alcohol only after the children had consumed some. The Jell-O shots in red, blue, and green colors were served in small cups, some topped with whipped cream and strawberries. Several students experienced stomach aches and headaches. One boy vomited twice, and another reportedly passed out after consuming 6 servings of them.
You better hold off on the snorting sticks.
Bernal was charged with reckless bodily injury to a child, booked into the Smith County Jail, and released the same day on a $75,000 bond. So she's facing serious charges.
Yeah.
The State Bar of California has revealed that artificial intelligence was used to develop 23 of the 101 scored multiple choice questions on the February bar exam. These AI-generated questions were created by ACS Ventures, a psychometric firm with legal training, and they were part of a new exam format that also included 100 questions from Kaplan and 48 from a first-year law student exam. Now, the exam faced significant technical issues, including platform crashes and problems saving essays, leading to widespread criticism. Legal educators expressed concern over the use of AI-generated questions without proper oversight, calling it a conflict of interest. In response, the California Supreme Court has demanded explanations from the State Bar regarding the use and vetting of AI in the exam
Because
process.
essentially they're committing plagiarism.
Yeah, and eventually we're going to have AI teachers, probably.
Yes.
Residents of Galveston and Jamaica Beach in Texas received an unexpected Easter surprise on Sunday when they learned that packages of cocaine had been washing up on nearby beaches.
Yeah.
On Sunday, law enforcement issued a warning to residents that
you're supposed to hide them.
That bundles of suspected narcotics had been found on the West End beach, like Easter eggs, right?
Yes, exactly.
Police believe that the drugs were likely dumped overboard by the crew of a smuggling ship, which had been raided by a drug enforcement officer group.
Found one.
According to investigators, the crew tossed packages overboard in an attempt to avoid capture. Several of the packages were caught by ocean currents, which deposited them on nearby beaches. Police urge the public to contact police immediately if they find anything unusual during their beach visit. It's not the first time packages of cocaine have washed up on the shores of coastal communities. Last year, more than 100 pounds of narcotics were discovered along Florida shores in the wake of Hurricane Debbie.
So I was watching a reel of people, boaters, just casual boaters, coming across bundles of stuff and stuff thrown overboard. It's pretty wild.
All right, I have two more Easter-themed stories. In West Virginia, an 84-year-old man was critically injured after falling from a cross during a crucifixion reenactment in Weston, Virginia on Good Friday.
I don't recall Jesus falling.
The man was participating in the reenactment with the Vandalia Community Christian Church.
You suck.
When he fell about 10 feet from one of the crosses and was flown to an emergency facility. The man was not a member of that specific church, but was simply assisting in the event. In the ICU, he was checked in with broken ribs. Doctors believe his injuries are now non-life-threatening.
Jesus.
There's no word on what caused the man to fall from the cross.
Exactly.
The one that freaks me out, and I think it might be in the Philippines, and in other countries as well, where people will actually get nailed to a cross. That's just crazy. And then
if Pacino wouldn't do it, you don't do it.
And then one last story. It's another Easter story. One's quest for social media cred should never be supersized by logic and healthy behavior. Australian OnlyFans creator Renee Erica has reported landing in the hospital after engaging in something called the Carrot Challenge.
The Carrot Challenge.
The Easter-themed stunt apparently went bad after Erica suffered internal injuries that required hospitalization. Now, I saw the setup video to this.
Okay.
And all she's doing is she's holding two very large, not real carrots.
Okay.
That
cheater
look as if they are used for pleasure.
Yeah. Carrot dildos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
One's a really big one. The other one,
Oh, that's absurd.
Well, she ended up in the hospital.
Of course.
She's said to be in stable condition, and the carrot is probably inedible, whether it is real or not.
By the way, if you do that way, does that help your eyesight?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. It might be. She's really cute. But not a good idea.
No.
Not a good idea. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File this morning. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Lesson Question is up next. We'll get trash music news, too. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Join the MM Army and Steve Morrison this Saturday for an MM Barbecue ticket raid at the Boozy Mutt from 5 to 7. We'll give away a pair of physical tickets every 15 minutes. You heard that right, physical tickets. Then on Sunday, join the MM Army for another MM Barbecue ticket raid at Rita's in Rockledge from 1 to 3. Enjoy 93-cent kids water ice while we give away a pair of physical tickets every 15 minutes. Details at WMMR.com/events.
I don't think that's actually what the case was, Kath. But for a moment, I'm like,
he's by the guacamole.
I do love guacamole.
Nick, the flood of stuff. I don't care. The flood of everything is like,
and it's comical too, Steve. It really was triple take. Like I looked, and then I looked again, and then I looked again, and I was like, wait. And now I feel like an idiot because I'm the one staring at this poor lady's boob. Solo boob.
But they're in the in the male mentality. There's a split second.
Yes.
Lightning fast. Jumps across the synapse very quickly. Flash of. Did you do that on purpose?
Yes.
Is that for me?
boobs. Gotta be. It's at the supermarket. How could it not be?
Boobs.
Yep.
I've seen videos where
right.
they do this at grocery stores.
Yeah.
Right? And that seems.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was exposed.
Hang on. Did she have a shopping cart?
No, she was. She did not. She was walking out of the bathroom without a cart. She was. I think by herself.
Did she have her boobs in the child seat?
Well, I wasn't sure if maybe there was an upside down pineapple in the shopping cart.
That is a sign that you're looking to swing, right?
But case like it was not. It wasn't like an elderly woman where like
Yeah, sorry about that.
Right. It was a younger, attractive woman who had fake boobs. So like it was not like a.
Back to the fanatic.
It's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending.
I have Warren on the phone. Hey, Warren, good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rock and roll, brother.
Rock and roll, my man. What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, I had the same thing happen to me at a resort in Punta Cana. We were going to one of those pool bars where everybody sits around the bar.
Sure.
In the pool.
Right.
Yep.
And this beautiful girl, she was just an amazing body on her. You look over, and her breasts had fell out on one side of her top, and she had a small bathing suit on. So I just kind of like swam over,
the Jaws music.
Swim on over.
And I said to her, hey, adjust your top.
So just to get it clear, Warren, how did you phrase it? You said, did you make it like a hand gesture and say, did you quietly say you adjust your top?
Well, at first I was just kind of staring, like my eyes were real big, and I'm looking down and looking up at her, and looking down and looking up, and I'm like, hey, trying to like just go like, hey, look, it's floating. It's floating. It's a coconut here coming over to the bar.
You actually said these words?
No. Now, in my mind.
Oh, in your mind. Like,
okay.
Wow, okay.
So how did you delicately say it to her?
But what come out was, hey, adjust your top.
Okay. All right.
That's good.
I think that's right. And did she seem to appreciate that, or was she mortified?
Oh, well, she looked at first. Well, she looks down, and I mean, literally, we are in a pool, so I'm not joking when I say it's like floating away. It's like moving away from her like a buoy. He scooped her in and tucked it, and she's just like, "Oh my God, thank you so much."
All right, that was my question. I wanted to know if she appreciated that.
And if everybody's wearing bathing suits and you're drinking at a swim up bar, it's like, this
another that again.
Oh, I got it.
Right.
Let me get that for
Warren.
you.
Yeah.
So I was at a Phillies game years ago, and I told you this story before, but there was a woman, a young woman whose sundress was in the back. It was crammed up the crack of her ass. So half of her ass cheek was hanging out. And I was talking to my friends, and I was pointing it out. I'm like, somebody's got to go tell her that her. And so her friend catches me looking over, and now she was very buxom as well. And so she catches me looking over there and kind of like gesturing and pointing, and her friend, being her friend, looks at me and she goes, "We know she's got big boobs, right?" And I was like, no, your friend's ass crack is it was like, and I was going to be a little bit more diplomatic about it, but then, her friend was such an a-hole.
By the way, I had a text come in and says, talking about this woman who had her boob out that Nick saw, and they said something along the lines of, oh, she knew. It's like your butt crack. You know when your butt crack's out. No, you don't.
I don't think so.
I have seen so much ass crack.
Yeah.
Even in the cold, and it's like nobody knows when their butt crack's hanging out, and I've seen a lot of it lately.
And I think if you're, and it's interesting that you would say after factory, because I think, like Kathy, you're natural. You say, I think over the course of your time or life, you know what things feel like when there's an extra breeze on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd be more aware.
Yeah, but I could easily see this.
You could easily see
like
it?
Mine, that bathroom, that hover position, like mine have been like way out of the tank top. Like, you know what I mean? Not nipple or anything like that, but too much. Now, when you're at the grocery store, I'm betting that there wasn't a mirror in there, because typically there'll be a mirror above the sink, so you're washing your hands and then you adjust adjust yourself. Yeah.
By the way, do you think that breast implants are less sensitive, that women don't?
I have no idea, but I think
have boob awareness.
If you have newer equipment, perhaps you're not used to what
it feels
the sensation is when
you're just still getting used to it.
Right.
I mean, she was already not wearing a bra, right? So like that feeling of that fabric over her boob had already been removed.
Right.
And so like I think that the exposure, it just didn't register.
That's what happened after my penile implant.
Right, yeah.
If I were a woman with big boobs, I wonder if I would like going braless or not. Kathy,
I mean, that's the
you
point
hate that, right?
Well, yeah, because I can't. If I had breast implants, I would probably never put a bra on again if they were perky like that.
Because they.
Yeah,
Going
they
to the
don't.
supermarket picking up some succulents.
Why are you dressed like that?
If I took a bra off, Case, it would be like that lady from Keenan.
Oh, yeah. Lady from Keenan's.
Remember the one year when Casey and I used to drink a lot, and some woman, what does she say to me, Case? I think she said, "Do you want to see my boobs?"
I don't even think she asked. This was after Keenan's, and she was just flopping them out there for everybody to see.
I mean, like her top was off. Like I saw her boobs, and they were very pancake-like and hanging a little.
Right, and she just started like slapping them. Right, like
you did, Kathy.
Yes, yes.
Casey was standing next to me.
I had
for those of you who think Kathy is this prudish gal that she plays off, you haven't seen the real Kath.
It's one of my favorite memories. It's so great.
I made him extra sloppy for you.
Yep. All right, let me.
I made him extra sloppy for you.
Let me go. Let me go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Hey, Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So when I was about 16, we were at the beach, and my pops is sitting there, and he's looking at this girl. He's like, dude, her top's going to come off in the next wave. Sure enough, boom, popped right out. So my dad is sitting there, so he starts cracking up. Me, I'm just standing right there staring. But he yells real loud. He goes, "Hey, chick, your boobs are out."
Hey, chick.
Hey, chickie, baby.
Down and dropped in the water, tried to fix herself.
Your gazongas are airborne.
Oh, my God.
That's another one, though. The beach,
Thanks,
waves.
Joe.
It's like you're going to see a boob at some point.
Oh, for sure.
And I feel terrible because I've seen that happen. I've seen dudes lose their bathing suits, like they're body surfing or whatever.
Oh, dude, you know where that happens a lot? At the amusement parks that have the big wave,
the forced flow
that you can go out and try to like a boogie
surf,
board on, and their shorts will just fly right off because there's so much water pressure.
And people don't realize it when they get
it's
in.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
it is hilarious. Let me go to Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, Mick?
Listen, I'm a crossing guard, and I had an incident where a woman pulled over to ask directions, and I leaned over to give her the directions, and her top had opened up. And I was like, oh, my.
Oh, my. Don't mind if I do.
So, don't mind if I do. Mickey, did you say anything to her?
Yes, I said, ma'am, you seem to have a wardrobe malfunction.
Okay.
Nice.
That's a good.
Nice. Well done.
That's put very nice.
Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. I said, hey, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I said,
I'm scared.
There we go. All right, that was new music from a band called Broken Love, and the song is called Pulling Leeches. I don't know anything about that band other than I kind of like that too.
Who are they reminding me of?
It sounds a little bit, Steve, like Casey, the two-member band, Royal Blood.
That's exactly it.
A little bit like Royal Blood.
Yes.
But I do like that song. All right, 10:20 on this Friday morning. Reminder that our friends from Rita's Water Ice have dropped off some goodies for us. And, of course, we have goodies for you. $25 gift cards if you are interested in winning a $25 gift card. Text the word ICE. To 610-660-9333. They have the new Cola Ice at Rita, so they're promoting that. You can try it as a cool twisted cola blender, cola ice blended into a frozen drink form, and then topped with fruity cocoa lime cream on top of that. It's fantastic, but you have to get to Rita's quick. Cola Ice is here for a limited time only, so they want you to try it out, see what you think. You never know. It might stick around if you love it enough, but you got to try it out and give them some feedback. So text the word ICE to 610-660-9333, and we'll have your shot to win a $25 gift card from Rita's. In the meantime, we have something else to give away, and this is in a different way. We're going to have you text Zoom to, I hate throwing all these texts, things at you at the same time. But if you think you're going to know the answer to the lesson question, text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Now, I will ask you the question. And by the way, we are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets to join Casey Boy to see the advanced screening of Thunderbolts. That's coming up on April 30th at 7 p.m. at the Regal in King of Prussia. And the question that I have for you is this. What is the name of Nell's restaurant? All right, so if you know that, if you remember that, you need to call us. No, don't call us. Text us. Text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333.
You do have the modified phone, though.
I do have it here.
For emergencies.
And it works from time to time. We have a cord that is now attached to it. So, hello?
I can hear you.
That's great. It works. All right, so text word Zoom if you know the name of Nell's restaurant. While you're doing that, we will do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
We'll get some stories and we'll see where we go after that. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Lizzo is opening up about her dramatic weight loss during a TikTok live session, saying she doesn't like to use pounds. Lizzo prefers to use comparisons, saying she's down 1.5 Subaru Outbacks. It's pretty amazing. Wow. Original Golden Bachelor Jerry Turner, we all remember him. Well, he failed to find Mrs. Right on the show and is reportedly very serious with the woman he met on Facebook. Turner says it just goes to show there's no guarantee you'll find love, even after 22 hand jobs.
Whoa.
And finally, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are having trouble selling that $68 million marital home because she refuses to drop the price. Lopez says it's hard to part with a home that was a major part of one afternoon.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Steve. So we're looking for the answer, and we'll see if someone knows what the name of Nell's restaurant is. And we got Dan, who's joining us now. Do-Rag Dan, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
Sorry to bother you at work.
That's all good. We'll forgive you. All right, what was the name of Nell's restaurant?
Roadkill Cafe.
The Roadkill Cafe, that is.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMM.
That's correct, Dan. Hang on for a minute. And we're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to join Casey Boy. He is going to be at the advanced screening of Thunderbolts on April 30th at 7 p.m. at the Regal in King of Prussia. It's brought to you by Marvel Studios. Thunderbolts, they're not super, they're not heroes, and they're not giving up. Only in theaters May 2nd. You can get tickets now.
Being overstimulated.
Yeah.
I think it's the cheeseburger.
It has to be.
Probably
that
it
threw
might have been
Casey
those
off.
empanadas. I don't know.
All right. We can now do music news?
I don't know.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. It worked.
I know.
Were they dessert empanadas?
Yeah. Is that what they were?
The ones with the powdered sugar?
Yeah.
I didn't grab one. And
Here,
I
I'll go
should
get
have.
you one
Okay,
right now.
No. He is.
Yep, sure.
He
is.
just left.
All right.
He's going to look for Donnie.
He wants another one.
All right. Green Day is set to receive a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2025, honoring their significant contributions to the music industry. The punk rock band, known for hits, of course, like Basket Case and American Idiot, joined a diverse group of honorees from various entertainment fields. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce announced the 2025 class, which includes Jane Fonda, Prince, Colin Farrell, Jessica Chastain, Keith Urban, and David Beckham.
If there's any justice, they'll be right next to Ted Danson.
Each honoree will have an individual ceremony to dedicate their star on Hollywood Boulevard.
I wonder if you can put in a little bit of a request of where you would like to fall, because they can go in different directions.
Yeah. The exact dates will be announced, and recipients have up to 2 years to schedule their ceremony. And dates are typically revealed to the public about 10 days in advance. So that is coming. Nick, how's your empanada?
No, it's all right.
It's
all right.
It's just okay.
Oh.
I'm not overwhelmed.
thing. Your hopes were up too high.
Well, I wanted to sample it. I've sampled it.
What is that flavor on the inside?
I can't quite tell.
I couldn't figure it out either.
I was hoping for something like a little more
Empa?
No,
A little more Empa, less nada?
more pie-ish, I guess.
Oh,
What is-
okay.
I thought it was going to be like a sort of like a fried apple pie kind
More
of thing.
like a cream cheese.
If it's just okay,
Yeah.
can I eat some of that? And
Yeah.
I'll see if I can spot the flavor. All right.
Yeah, Press. It's more of like a cream cheese
You liked it, okay?
sweet feeling. Yes, I
Very
like
much
that very much.
Would you order them?
No.
Okay,
Yes?
I don't think I would
Maybe.
either.
What do you think, Preston?
Not bad.
You like it? Okay. That's your style.
There's cream cheese.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's strawberry.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, Detect a Little Strawberry.
Okay.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is one heck of a meet and eat for checkers, right?
Yeah, they didn't spend $1 at WMMR, but they're
Honestly,
getting
I
more
just-
promotion than on XTU.
I thought you were going to, I thought for a second they were called Chuckies. They're not called Chuckies.
They're not.
It's like, these is a good Chucky's burger.
That would be great. They have this little mascot with a knife.
Yeah.
You know, with all the tousled hair and scars on him.
Brain is not
All right.
working.
Anyhow, there was a brief couple of hours where the internet was pretty darn sure that Jack Black was joining the upcoming Weezer movie. But after reports started to make their way around online, rep for the band confirmed that to Stereo Gum that he is not actually part of that movie. Now, he's been in a ton of hit movies, recently Minecraft and the Super Mario Brothers movie, so it wasn't hard for people to believe that he was going to be in this, and plus his rock connection on top of it would make a bunch of sense.
Yeah.
The Weezer mockumentary already has some pretty big names in it. Like we said, Keanu Reeves is set to play the villain, and he'll apparently be joined by other famous faces like Juliette Lewis, Eric Andre, Johnny Knoxville, and Ben Schwartz. Wanted to remind you that live band karaoke voting is enabled now, and you can go to PrestonandSteve.com and see the audition videos, and then you can vote to help us pick the winners. One vote per person per day, so you can stop back often. Voting ends on May 4th. And there are going to be 10 singers chosen, and each singer will get a 4-pack of MMRBQ tickets. But it's up to you to decide who you would like to see at that event.
Then all we ask you to do is be there for the whole thing, because it is always awesome. And again, we have that little extra added bonus this time around, Preston, with the side stage.
Yeah, Fat Miz is going to be playing a set. They're a main stage band. And after they do their set, opening the MMRBQ at 1 o'clock later on that afternoon, they are going to come over to the Preston and Steve Show side stage and do a completely unique set from what they played on the main stage.
Yes.
So it's going to be pretty cool that they're doing that. And we're excited about it. Speaking of the MMRBQ, 2 ticket raids coming up. Steve, tomorrow from 5 to 7, we'll be at the Boozy Mutt on Poplar Street in Philadelphia.
Come down. We're going to have lots of tickets to give away. And what's really cool is that there are dogs in the bar. And if you have a dog, you can make a. I guess you have to go online if you check your dog in, basically. But otherwise, there'll be dogs there. If you're not a dog owner, you can come out and hang out with me. You know, I love the animals, so it should be a great time and lots of tickets.
Yeah, winner every 15 minutes at the event, as is the same one on Sunday, which they'll be at Rita's in Rockledge, by the way, from 1 to 3 p.m., 136 Huntington Pike in Rockledge. So it's on Sunday. 1 to 3, and try one of their new ices. They're one of their new cola ice. All right, and then the last thing to mention is more chances to win coming up. Sarah Parker is in for Pierre Robert to see a Pierre Presents with Mammoth WVH. It's an intimate performance and a Q&A hosted by Pierre Robert. Who knows if you might be able to ask questions. I don't know. But here's why this is a unique Pierre Presents. I think most of all the other ones have been acoustic performances.
Usually, yeah.
This one is fully plugged in, live, huge sound. It's going to be great. It's going to be at the Foundry upstairs from the Fillmore, and it's invitation only. 2 ways to win tickets. You got to listen to Pierre's show each weekday for a chance to win 4-pack of tickets, and another chance to win on the contest page at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by A&T Chevy and A&T Subaru Sellersville. So thanks also to Sony BMG for setting the whole thing up. All right, and that's the last bit that I have for you. We will take another break. Come back in a second, and we will give away our Word of the Week prize. We'll see what Sarah's got in store for you. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Perfect. You might want to button up.
All right, that's a polite way to do it, Mickey.
I want to get the consensus also from women. Would they appreciate a guy doing as he did? Just you had wardrobe malfunction. In case, as you said, interceding earlier when Nick had this woman come out. I think would you appreciate that, or is it?
Listen, man, when you have like a boogie hanging out of your nose, it's super embarrassing, and whoever says it to you, it's going to sting, and it's going to be embarrassing. And I hate to draw the parallel between boogies and boobs.
Yeah,
but
it was a great book, by the way, by Herman Melville.
I would prefer.
It was his follow-up to Moby Dick.
I would prefer the very person that
Call
sees a
me boogie
booger hanging out of my nose to tell me.
Yeah.
So that I don't walk around the office with my boobs hanging out.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go. Let's see what happens when the other gender is faced with this issue. I have Jackie who's on. Jackie, good morning.
Hi, you guys rock.
Thank you, Jackie. What do you want to tell us?
All right. right. So I was a lifeguard and pool manager for a very long time. So you see a lot.
Yeah.
But so I was very early 20s at the oldest, and I was the manager, and one of the moms came up to me and said, hey, there's a guy over in the pool, and he's like having his daughter swim under his legs, and he had his legs spread so his daughter can swim under his legs, and the moms are all there able to see everything hanging out the bottom.
Oh, God. What was it like coming out the side, or?
No, he was wearing shorts, those real small.
You can't swim in those.
Yes, instead of a bathing suit.
Yeah.
So, I'm the manager, so they ask me to talk to this guy.
Well,
the worst.
Well, Jackie, that's extra creepy that he has his daughter's.
So he didn't know.
I know. I don't think he had any idea because I had to pull this guy aside and talk to him, and he was super embarrassed, and I didn't,
Yeah.
everyone was super embarrassed, and I mean, I basically made up a rule that he had to wear a bathing suit.
Yeah.
You have to do that.
Instead of these running shorts because he's like hanging out, and he's like, there's kids swimming all around.
I have to impose a draconian law here. You must wear a bathing suit in the pool.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And, I didn't see anything, luckily, but, he's there in front of, like, I'm sure all the pool moms are like, you can imagine them lined up along the edge. It's the real shallow section.
Would you say, Jackie, that if you could have, would you prefer that a guy had gone and done that?
Well, maybe. Just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're the manager. You're the manager.
Dad's hanging around. There weren't many guys. I was like the head lifeguard and
Right.
a bunch of girls around. So,
All right, so Jackie, in all your years of being a pool manager, what would you say? Did you see more boobs or more dongs?
Actually, probably more dong.
No kidding.
Guys man spread. They man spread.
Oh,
I didn't all
Right.
hang out.
Yeah.
There are cases, and Jackie, maybe you'll concur with this. There are cases where I think dudes knowingly go and right will. So they're getting a little quasi exhibitionism out of the way.
There's a guy at my
Thank you,
pool
Jackie.
who
Appreciate it.
He is enormous. Okay, his
junk.
His junk is. But he wears a Speedo, and I'm like, why are you doing
That's
that?
why.
Like,
Why?
That's why.
You know why?
I know exactly
He has
why.
a huge.
And it's. I
dong.
mean, it is massive.
Oh my God.
I cannot express to you how gigantic and
Is it a two-hander?
It would be a two-hander for Andre the Giant. And I'm like, why is this guy doing this? Like,
why.
That's why.
Right,
Yeah,
of course.
that's
He
why.
wears Speedo because he
You gotta
wants to
take
put on a
pictures
show.
of this
Yeah.
next. This summer, you got to somehow or another get a picture
Where is this that he shows up at?
at his pool.
At my pool. Not okay.
You don't say what pool it is.
I'm not gonna
but-
say it
But
yet.
try to get a picture if you can.
I don't think. Okay.
Is he single?
You know what? I'll look for a ring the next time I see.
You know what, Case? See if you can tag him, and we'll follow his migratory pattern.
Wow. All right, let me go to Laura. Hey, Laura. Good morning. All right, Laura. What's up?
Good morning. My college boyfriend, we were dating, hadn't met his parents yet. Go to the hospital to visit his dad after a full and get a huge show of his balls.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
His dad.
Wow.
Yeah, so I hadn't met the parents before, so I'm like, hi, nice to meet you. I'm your son's girlfriend, and there's your balls.
So he was in getting. Well, why was he wearing a hospital? He was in the hospital, or was he just walking around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he took a fall, and he was in the hospital, and my boyfriend asked me if I wanted to go, visit him, and yeah.
That's just an unfortunate incident. The hospital gown is the most unforgiving garment that has ever been created by humankind.
I've said.
I know, it was just funny the first time meeting him.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, thanks, Laura.
I've said that 1,000 times, Preston. They need to redo the hospital gown.
You just feel so uncomfortable and exposed and
It's like wearing
victimized.
a bad smock.
Yeah, it's
like you're doing arts and crafts,
This is
but your ass
terrible.
is hanging out.
Let's see. How about we will go to Erica. Hi there, Erica.
Hello.
Hello. What's up, Erica?
So I'm bringing it back to the boobs.
Okay.
Back in my early 20s, we were probably 20, 21. Me and my girlfriends would go down to Wildwood every year and hang on the beach. We would always set up our spot a little bit away from the ocean because we'd be drinking and listen to our music. And, you know, we would always dig a sandcastle. So we're all hanging out. There's about 6 of us. And we noticed this guy, like, staring up, like, maybe, like, you know, 20 feet from our blanket, staring at us. And we're, like, all looking at each other, like, what is this staring at? What is he staring at? So we look over, and here's one of our girlfriends, Megan. She has, like, a nice rack on her. She's, like, on her hands and knees with a shovel, like, digging a hole. And her whole boob is just out flopping around.
And if she's on her hands and knees, I mean, it's hanging as low as it can.
And she was doing work. Like, she was really getting in there. So this guy's staring, and we're like, Megan. And she's, like, looks and then looks away. Here she has headphones in. So we're like, Megan! We're screaming her name. Finally, she pops her headphones out. And my best friend Andy yells, Meg! On the top of her lungs on the beach. Meg, your entire titty is out. The whole beach looks. My girlfriend looks down, grabs her chest, and falls to the sand. It was the most hysterical thing. To this day, like when she acts up, we're like, Meg, chill. Your entire titty is out.
All right, Erica, I have a question for you. When you talked to her about it afterwards, did she describe like the sensation that she felt in her body? Because you know what happened with this woman yesterday. Is there any way that you would be able to tell physically that it was out?
Well, that's what we were like, Megan, couldn't you feel it like slapping onto your body every time you like dug in the sand? She was like, I didn't know I had my bikini on. So, I mean, I guess it's similar to a tank top where you can't really tell.
Yeah, I could see that being a possibility and a liability, but you should be aware. Try to increase your spatial awareness.
Yes, like be aware of your boobs.
Right. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Erica.
Have a great day.
You too. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, and by the way, it is cleavage season. Yes. I mean, the spring first has already hit, so the first of spring. So it's we're into that season where things might fall out by accident. So you may want to be aware. And I assume that if it does happen, ladies would prefer that you politely let them know
next time. I'll say something
instead of walking through the rest of the grocery store with a boob hanging out. But Nick saw a boob in the wild. It is a sure sign of spring, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wonderful thing. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have bizarre file stories on the way when we return. Tombstone Town, 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Dorothy. You guys remember Tombstone pizzas?
Yes, I do.
They still make those?
Oh, yeah. They do? Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
They used to have the ad campaign. What would you like on your tombstone?
Yeah.
It was always they were about to execute someone.
What do you want on your tombstone?
Yeah. Sausage and pepperoni, please. That is Dorothy. She is going to be the MM Barbecue. And we have ticket rates. I had mentioned those just a little while ago. Steve Morrison tomorrow at the Boozy Mutt on Poplar Street. And you'll be there from 5 to 7.
5 to 7, looking forward to it. So come on down and a really great shot at winning tickets.
Yep. And also, Sunday, the MM Army is going to be at, and by the way, the Boozy Mutt is on Poplar Street. It's 2639 Poplar Street. And then on Sunday from 1 to 3, Rita's in Rockledge. The MM Army will be there. It's 136 Huntington Pike. So stop by because both of those locations, every 15 minutes, MM Barbecue tickets will be given away. We still have more Rita's Water Ice gift cards for you to win, $25 gift cards. And all you have to do is text ICE. Text that word, ICE, ICE, to 610-660-9333. And that's in conjunction with their Cola Ice, the new Cola Ice that they have.
There we go.
Yes. So you take a classic drink, you give it a cool Rita's twist, and you have the brand new Cola Ice now at Rita's. And you can try it in classic gelati, layered with Rita's creamy custard, or blended in drink form with Rita's new and trendy twisted cola blender, topped with this indulgent cocoa lime cream, too. So that is available, but you can win now, so text that away. I want to thank our guest this morning. In studio, we had Mr. Scott Keenan. Yeah. And he is from Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood, New Jersey. And we will be headed back for a live broadcast, the official opening of the Jersey Shore. And we're excited to return once again for our version of a morning party.
Yes.
And our sponsor, by the way, is Coors Banquet. And we want to thank them for setting us up with this really cool prize that we had to give away. And I would like to congratulate our winner of the VIP setup from Keenan's Irish Pub and Coors Banquet, Lindsay Murphy from Oxford, Pennsylvania. The Keenan's prize is cut the line passes, a VIP table for 4 people with a bucket of Coors Banquet and a case of Coors Banquet for their beach house. So congratulations. I love you too. All right, and thank you to the Academy of Vocal Arts for being here this morning. They
So
were great.
talented.
I love those guys.
And a lot of fun.
They sang some opera for us, and we want to thank all the performers for being here. They have their farewell recital May 9th at the Church of the Holy Trinity, and they have another event that's tomorrow night, and you can go to avaopera.org. And as you said, Steve, there are subtitles. If it's in a foreign language, the opera they're doing tomorrow night's in Italian.
You can follow the story.
You'll be able to tell what's going on. Not just great performances, but a great story on top of that. So they were so awesome. So we appreciate them stopping by today. And Sarah Parker's here.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba, tuda-ba, tuba-ba-ba-doo, got-got-bop-ba-da.
I still got it.
Pretty close.
That's my vocal warm-up for Friday.
I love your Wawa shirt.
Grim 215. Get it on Instagram.
Graham 215?
Grim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, is
That's
it
where you
somewhere
got
on the
it?
shirt? Yes.
Ah, cool.
So it's a skull with crazy hair, and it says, I shall die here, and it's got the Wawa logo on top with, it's like it's bleeding.
Yes.
And the
inverted goose.
The goose is upside down.
Of course.
I love that. And you got it at, what was it again?
For the YouTubers, Grim is the artist.
Grim is the
Grim
artist.
Jim. I think it's Grim 215 on Instagram.
All right.
Now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm probably botching it. But
Okay.
text me and I'll send you the link.
You just saw this and reached out to him and got your shirt?
He's got all sorts of cool stuff, and it's all very heavy metal like this.
Yeah.
There we go. Yes,
on
I'm
the
correct.
page right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to check
Oh, some
that
cool
out.
stuff.
I want
Yeah.
that shirt. All right. Well, anyhow, you're in for one more day. And
right.
before we find out what you have going on, we need to do the letter of the day, if you're cool with that.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
P as in party.
All right, and we now are going to take a texter who ends up being a Zoomer to win that. So text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333 if you know the word of the week only. And we'll grab somebody, we'll pull them up on our monitor here, and we will see if they know what the word of the week is. And while we're waiting for all of that to happen, what do you have in store on this beautiful Friday?
We've got 20 money, another shot at $1,000 at noon. I will have another keyword, and then I'll do another one with Brent when he arrives at 3, and then he'll have one final one for the week at 5 o'clock. We will have the workforce blocks, Lincoln Park, the police, and Hailstorm. That
Nice.
starts at noon. Also going to give away another 4-pack of these tickets for Pierre Presents Mammoth WVH just a couple days. I keep calling it the MMRBQ after party because it's 2 days after the MMRBQ.
Yeah, it's appropriate.
I mean, these Pierre Presents always turn out so fantastic, and I'm so excited for the Mammoth guys to be a part of it. I've really grown to love them over the years.
So I'm guessing Wolfie and gang are just going to hang out for Philly for a couple of days then.
I guess.
I would think,
I
right?
hear they might have something to do in New Jersey on Sunday at one of our sister stations.
Oh,
but
okay.
that's like an hour and a half away. You can come back and party in Philly. You know?
Yeah.
I think
I'm sure
so.
they will. Yeah.
Also wanted to mention real quick, Preston, that you guys played the new Broken Love earlier,
Yes,
and you
yeah.
said you didn't know much about the band Broken Love.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky for you, Brent Porsche had a chat with their singer, and that's going to be on WMR.com next week.
I'll find out all I need to know then.
Yes, you will.
Wonderful. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Sarah. All right. We're going to find out if we got a winner for the word of the week. It is Frank, who we are checking in with. Hey, Frank. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. How are you?
Awesome, man. All right. So, Frank, do you know what the word of the week is?
I believe it is stump.
Great day in the morning!
You're right, Frank. Frank, have you ever been to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse?
I have not.
Oh,
Buddy,
my God.
You're going to love it. You're going to feast yourself, and you got $500 to spend there, and they got amazing food. So congratulations to you, brother, all right?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right, and don't forget that it is your perfect place there in Philly and Horsham, and they've got you covered for your birthday. Get the most delicious birthday feast that Nebraska has to offer, which includes 15 cuts of meat, fish, grilled pineapple, and gourmet sides. And you can reserve your table today at Nebraska.com. I'll take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Adam Home Services, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. AdamHomeservices.com. Next week on our program, one of Kathy Romano's signature events, Kathy's Cuts, is taking place.
Yes.
1 week from today. It's all sewn up, right?
All set and ready to go. If there's any cancellations, just check the website. They'll pop up on our website.
All right. And it's going to be Attack of the Beautiful Women next week. Brooke Burns is going to be joining us via Zoom. And my crush as a teenager, Christy Brinkley, will be on the show as well. So we'll add some other flavor to that as well. You, my friend, you just rage on and have a great weekend. Be safe. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.